Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's turned 5:30 as soon as I looked at my phone. So I'm calling this regular meeting with the City Council to order. On June 22nd, 2026. We want to see who wants to be number 13. Anybody want to do this? And then I jump up once. So let's stand for the invocation, Mayor Pro Tem.
Lord, I just want to thank you for everything you provide for us, Lord. Lord, we're just so thankful to live in a country where we have the freedom to express ourselves, Lord, and do as we please. Lord, we just pray for the men and women, as I pray every week, that are overseas in Iran fighting that conflict right now, Lord, that you just bring them back to their loved ones safe and sound, Lord. Lord, just we give everything to you, Lord, and you provide for us, Lord, and we're just so thankful. Ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledges of allegiance to the flags of our country and of our state. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. We're going to move the agenda around a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're keeping score at home, get out your pens. We are going to move number 5 executive session till right now. Then we'll take number 6 reconvene and make that number 4. Appointments number 7 will be number 5. Stick with me. Number 8N, the public hearing, will now be number 6. Therefore, citizen comments will now be number 7. Consent agenda number 8 and regular agenda number 9. I won't skip anything. I've got it written down here. I can't keep track of electronics very well, so I wrote it all down. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is, and how we're going to do executive session is we're just going to call each council appointee in one by one into executive session. I don't foresee each person taking that long. But these are yearly appointments, except the city manager. He's just an appointee without duration. But all the others are 1-year appointments, and we have to vote to reappoint them for the July 1st to June 30th year at this meeting, just to give you all a heads up of what's going on. It is 5:32. We are now in executive session. We will be back as quickly as we can. And Judge Dowden, you want to be first? It is 6:35 PM and we are reconvening from executive session back into regular session. That's the new item 4 on the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We spent about an hour in there with 5 very important city council appointees. That's an average of 12 minutes each. We tried to be reasonable with the time, but we wanted to give them and each other the due diligence of asking questions and making requests of each other. So we thank you for your patience. The new number 5, appointments, a discussion and possible action authorizing the appointment of the city attorney, city clerk, director of finance, municipal court judge, and police chief in accordance with the city charter. Reason the city manager is not listed there, he's not on an annual appointment like the others are. He has a no definite term. So it's different than an annual appointment. So it's just gonna be those 5 individuals. So do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we appoint Richard Hughes as the city attorney, Joni Underwood as the city clerk, Heather Stucker as the director of finance, Larry Dowden as the municipal court judge, and Rod Carroll as the police chief.
In accordance with the city charter. Do we have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have motion by Jones and a second. I heard first Sonia. Council, any discussion? Okay. Anything from the audience? Okay. I'll do this. I'll start with Councilmember Stratton. Councilmember Stratton, your vote.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sonia.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
And the Mayor Darby says aye. 5-0. Congratulations to each of you on your reappointments.
Thank you.
And B, discussion and possible action setting the monthly compensation of the city attorney and city judge. Do we have a motion? I can't make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to set the compensation for the city attorney at a 3% cost of living increase.
With that for the city judge, you
I
mean?
meant for the city judge. City judge, 3% cost of living increase.
Mhm.
And for this city attorney, $8,000 a month.
That is a total of 8,000. That's not an 8,000.
That is
raise.
correct.
Do we have a second?
So moved.
We have a motion by Ortiz, second by Sonier to increase the monthly compensation of the city attorney to 8,000 a month and to give the city judge a 3% raise over his current salary. Is there any discussion, council? Questions from the audience?
Jolie Shipley, 8765. My question is,
Holmes Road.
I'm sorry, 8765 Holmes Road. My question is as to the salary for the appointed positions, and I direct it to council, not to the others, but was there a salary study done comparing this position to other cities of our size in our community or in our county? And I would caution the council not to just, seems like on a whim or in a panic moment, make these. And this is in no way a reflection on what I believe Mr. Hughes's value is. I'm not sure our community could handle his value at this time. It is well respected and highly esteemed, but even if he's worthy of $1 million a minute, I don't know that we can afford that. And so I would say that before you make a vote on that, that you stop and do a salary study of what Sour Lake, Port Neches, Groves, Vidor, Bridge City pay their city attorneys and make sure that we're in line. I do know that in recent time, Mr. Hughes has taken on a great deal of extra responsibility in stepping into the role and tending to not only current events, but many past events. And if there were a one-time lump sum compensation, or if there was a short-term increase in pay that would then revert to a regular pay in line with the community standard for it, that might be more appropriate. And again, no reflection on Mr. Hughes's value, just on fiscal responsibility.
Thank you. Any other member of the audience? Okay. Let's, we have the motion in second. I'll start with Ortiz. Your vote?
Aye.
Sonia?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Stratton.
Aye.
Darby, aye. All right, number 6 will now be citizen comments. So at this time, members of the audience may comment on any city-related subject not on the agenda. Anyone wishing to speak shall sign in before the meeting with their name and address. Comments are limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise allowed by city council. Thank you, sir. The Texas Open Meetings Act prohibits the council from discussing items not listed on the agenda. A member of the audience that desires to speak during city council's consideration of any specific agenda items is requested to notify city staff prior to the start of the meeting. Give me just a second, ladies and gentlemen. The first one will be Christopher Boone, 416 3rd Street. Mr. Boone, you may approach the podium, speak into the microphone. It is directional.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Learned councilman. I have a long history with Nederland. My father owned Boone Sheet Metal and Pipe Company on Nederland Avenue back in the 60s and 70s. He built the steeple at First Baptist Church. Unfortunately, it was destroyed during a hurricane and was rebuilt. My dad's address at 808 Nederland Avenue is now the Community Outreach Center. My mother sold that before she passed away. I've been involved in DMLA. I've been involved in broadcasting. I've been involved in ham radio, emergency communications. I rebuilt the Chief's Emergency Communications Center in Vidor a couple of years ago. I know all the folks in Central Dispatch. However, on another little note, I asked to be put on the agenda for this meeting. And in fact, I had the emails between myself and your city clerk asking to be put on the agenda to discuss the number of dogs or pets allowed in the city. That wasn't done. I was never contacted by anybody. And obviously, I'm not on the agenda to speak about this. 72% of respondents to polls I've had on Facebook and Nextdoor have said they are not aware of the limit in the city and they think it's unfair. Because of your city attorney strong-arming me when I met him because I wanted to take it to trial with a jury, and he strong-armed me, basically threatened me to fine me daily if I didn't go with a no contest answer to the charges. Well, I'm getting out of this town. I have no need to stay here anymore. I'm moving, and y'all can kiss my butt goodbye. All I can say is he's not worth the money you're paying him, especially since his firm has not notified the State Bar Association of their new location over in Port Arthur. Yeah, I checked, and there's a complaint being filed with the State Bar Association on that. Also, and I have 40 seconds left, there's a number of vehicles, especially one down on Boston Avenue that's a Newton County sheriff that is continuously parking in the grass. I have the photos of his around the 800 or 700 block. I don't see him getting caught by the code enforcement. One of my neighbors down the street on 3rd Street who complained about my dogs, she parks her car in the grass, and I have pictures of that. I just like to say, why aren't the city codes being equally enforced in this town? Thank you.
Yep. Susan, Tony? 504 Carriage Lane.
Susan Tony, 504 Carriage Lane, as you said. Most of you know me as a shelter volunteer at the City of Nederland. What you may not know is that I have served as a shelter manager for a nonprofit organization and the shelter director at a municipality. So I humbly believe I speak with experience. Most of us live inside the city limits of Nederland, and those are the citizens my comments are directed to. Recently, discussion has come to light as to the number of animals allowed inside the city limits per household. My thoughts: is 5 the correct number? Is 10 the correct number? Is 2 the correct number? I don't know. What I do believe is that the city has a right to determine limits of the number of pets. To my knowledge, outside of the city limits in county or rural areas, there may not be a decisive number. Since 2021, I have seen many dogs come through our local shelter. What I do know is what I find disturbing is not so much the number of animals, but the lack of responsible pet ownership and the lack of vet care. No rabies vaccinations, puppies without proper care, senior dogs that have been overbred, lack of spay and neuter, which leads to unwanted pets. Many of the bite animals that are quarantined at the shelter lack current rabies vaccinations. One of my goals as a volunteer is to educate the public regarding proper animal care and responsible ownership, in addition to my continued partnering with rescue organizations to save the lives of the animals that come into care and custody of the city shelter alongside with the animal control officer. The animal control officer is not the bad guy here. Animal control has the absolute authority to enforce the current city ordinances and state laws regarding animal ownership. When a citizen complaint is received, such as barking dogs, dogs at large, it is investigated by animal control. If a citizen is not in compliance for an ordinance violation, it will be addressed by animal control. In closing, perhaps the City Animal Advisory Board would be a platform to discuss, receive suggestions, and or make recommendations to council on any ordinance changes or additions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tony.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be recognized to make a statement of specific factual information.
We can't discuss anything from public comment.
I've been advised previously that we can make a statement of specific factual information or make a request for a future agenda item.
Go ahead.
That ordinance that was referenced was put into place in the year 2015 for the animals. The number is 5. It's been enforced over the years, and in the case in question today, the city received complaints for the number of dogs at the property.
Let's, the number.
That is my
5.
statement of specific factual information, which is conducive to Texas Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bob Klinger, 1140 Kent Avenue.
Kent Avenue. First of all, I have a couple of things I want to talk about, but first of all, I want to congratulate the employees of this city. I witnessed myself, a garbage collector on 18th Street, get out of his truck and helped an older senior citizen lady take her garbage can back and told her that he will pick it up for her every time he comes to get the garbage out to bring it out to the street. In my eyes, that's awesome. I've watched the brand new sump truck. I've watched it in action. I pulled over, sat there and watched them work. Our employees are doing a good job. Our employees are doing a good, and it's about time people, I don't want to say, I'm sorry, it's about time we see that our employees are good people. Our employees are working hard, and I want to congratulate all of them. Okay, on a second note, I would like to see on the agenda for next month about this Mid-Jeff Hospital stuff. There's signs all over the place for apartments and hotels. What is it, apartments or is it hotels? It can't be apartments, can't be hotels. So what's he doing? I'd like to see it on the agenda and council address it instead of getting blown by every month. I would really seriously like to see that on the agenda because it's time for it to stop. If the city manager knows something about it, well, let's talk about it. If the city manager knows something about it, let's talk about it. I'm free all day long. Let's talk about it because I'm going to keep bringing it up until something's done. Because something needs, instead of blowing it aside, let's talk about it. If it's in litigation, if y'all are doing something, then I'll stop. But I'm not going to stop till something's done about it. It's not supposed to be apartments. It's not zoned for apartments. He's advertising for apartments. But let's stop this. Let's move on with the city and get the city back the way it's supposed to be. That's all.
That matter is being looked into me, as I told you last meeting. I met with Mr. Pitts on that. I told you a little bit about my discussions with the prior interim city manager, but I want to just, for what it's worth, tell this good citizen, it's not forgotten. It's on my desk and I'm looking into it right now. It's just, it's not at the top of the list, but it is not going anywhere until we come to a conclusion. I can't tell you what I've discovered thus far, but I wanted to give that assurance that it is being handled.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
I do want to bring up one point also.
Okay.
I'm thanking the city employees for getting, bringing out trash bins and different stuff. And even back from the days of Chris, they had a list of people of elderly that have called in with an issues. That's in the trucks of the drivers themselves. So I had a 99-year-old vet live next to me. Most of the time I was bringing his can in, but if I wasn't around, the driver will go get it, bring it out, put it back. So that is a thing. So if you know people that have a need, please have them call City Hall and get on that list.
Thank you. Jackie Toops, 613 North 14th Street.
Jackie Toop, 613 North 14th. I was going to talk too about the mid-Jeff, but since you've brought that and told us that that is on the list, then that is great with me. The other part I want to do is I want to let the citizens know, and please to start coming to board meetings. Whether it's planning and zoning, whether it's a ZBA, which we do have a meeting tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. There is one item.
1903 Atlanta Avenue.
Yes, on Atlanta Avenue, the Henson Building. It is there at 5 o'clock. It's only one item, but one item can make a difference. If you just come and listen to what's going on, you can keep up with what's going on in the city. These meetings are posted. You can find where they are. They're on the websites to let you know what's going on. Please get involved. If the citizens do not get involved, then I'm sorry. Do not start complaining what you're seeing going on in the city. You've got to get involved. You've got to understand what is going on at these board meetings, what is being brought up, how decisions are being made. So please, please start being involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolie Shipley, now of 207 North 12th Street in Nederland, it says.
Yes, that is my city hall.
Uh-huh.
And I will start my time with saying that this council requires addresses. However, many people get up and they give addresses of places they don't live. There needs to be a consistent rule made that either you get to talk because you live in the city or you give your home address in the city which you came from, but to give fictitious or business addresses, if they can do it, then we all can. And I suggest we all give City Hall's address. I have 3 issues I'd like to talk about specifically. The first is inspections. I appreciate the monthly reports. I appreciate them being in writing and produced with the attachments. However, it's been a consistent request that the inspection reports, those of the inspection, the city building official, does a cheat sheet, and it's kind of just it's in your packet, but it's just a sheet of how many they did for plumbing, how many they did for the others. GovWell, which we spent over $40,000 for to add to that particular department, does provide that you can print out the inspections just like you do the permits on the next 4 pages of your packet. And so I would ask that we get to find out without having to do a very labor-intensive Freedom of Information Act or public information request, the addresses of the inspections. So we know what buildings are inspected and on what days they were inspected. It just provides transparency. And the program does provide for it. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the code violations, and it's been mentioned whether it's animals, like this gentleman, or whether it's cars parked on the grass, whether they're law enforcement cars from other cities, law enforcement cars from our own city, other work vehicles or personal vehicles. I would like to see it posted clearly that what the rule is and that you can't park in the front of the house. You can park a car on the side of your house or the back. But when we're doing these code violations and we're going out looking for that, it seems that on the reports that we're getting, and I appreciate Mr. Guffey's efforts in enforcing and identifying the issues, but we're very, very narrow. We're not looking for the big infractions. We're looking for grass that's 1/4 inch too high. The big infractions would be things like multifamily units where there's now an A and B on a mailbox outside the house, or like we had down the street from Mr. Sonier, doors that had A, B, C, D on them, and clearly in an area where multifamilies are not allowed. It seems like we should be able to identify those better than we are. They are not showing up on the list that they're being identified by code enforcement. And I think we could do better there. In my last 22 seconds, I'd like to talk about the report from February of 2025. That was a year and a half ago now almost, about the Northwest Quadrant and the rain infiltration into the sewer system, where we heard about cancer people having to use camping toilets in their garages. There is a list of 107 private properties, maybe 110, right in that neighborhood, that had infiltration areas in their private property that could easily be identified and rectified. Mr. Guffey uses his time wisely, it appears, because there's numerous charts in here that he's participated, but maybe Mr. Guffey could take those 107 and go tell them, hey, it showed your caps off, or hey, it shows your rainwater's going into your sewer line. And so it seems like that would be a great avenue to use him. I know I'm just a second over. I'd like to finish my sentence if I could.
Go ahead, finish your sentence.
I think it would be a wise use of time to identify the water infiltration systems on the private property while we continue those studies into the years forward to try to get those people to flush their toilets.
Thank you. Okay. I skipped a very important one, this item, the new number 6, that's the public hearing. So we're just going to go back to that real quick before we go to consent agenda and regular agenda. All right, it is the city council meeting, 6:57. We're putting it on hold, and at 6:57, we're opening a public hearing. There are 3 items on this public hearing. Number 1, amend table 12.2, schedule of residential height and area regulations by increasing the minimum lot width requirement for R2 duplex zoning. Number 2, amend section 30, definitions to add and define cargo/storing/shipping containers. And 3, amend section 11.2, regulations applicable to all zoning districts to add and regulate cargo/storage/shipping containers. Mr. De La Rosa, you have anything on this item?
Mayor and council members, I'll ask with your permission to have Mr. Jacob Pitts step forward. He can at least give some background on this items. Yes, sir.
Mr. Pitts.
Good afternoon. So we had a public hearing at Bob Henson last week or 2 weeks ago. About these same items, had multiple people come out, speak about it. It was brought to our attention by council members for the duplexes wanting to widen the width for the lot width. So that's why we put that on the agenda. Also for the shipping containers, I've had multiple citizens call in and asking if they could put those as storage sheds instead of using them for shipping, or of course not shipping containers, but use those instead of storage sheds because it's cheaper. But we've also had multiple citizens call with concerns about it. So that's why, and I don't have anything, I'm kind of in a gray area on that. So that's the reason why I put it on the agenda, is to get some clarification on what rules and regulations I would like to have on those items. So do you have any questions?
Okay, if I may, Mayor,
please.
council members. So some of the discussion has been, do we increase the lot size to allow these duplexes in the R2 zoning? We're not addressing R3s or R4s or anything other. So R2 is a very common if you're creating a buffer between single family residences and commercial. And so are some of the other multifamily, but R2, a duplex, it's just like a apartments, they're multifamily. So there was one Councilmember Stratton, that was in attendance. He made a comment. I think we noted it in here.
Yes, that
Yeah.
we should possibly.
Just do away with entirely with R2s. So this is a public hearing, which means we published it in the newspaper to have a hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission and a hearing by the City Council. This is a matter that we taken up by, it's a zoning change, which means that once we adopt an ordinance, the Zoning Board of Adjustments would hear these matters. Remember, ZBA, the zoning board of adjustment is quasi judicial. So, since they're in that role, we certainly, sometimes we hear folks comments that they make, but it's not what the board wants or a member wants. It's what the community wants. We're trying to determine exactly what is it that the community really wants, right? I think there was 6 people present the day that I was there. That's a very small pool of people to make a decision of this importance. We have it here. I may encourage that we have a town hall meeting on a Saturday at the library, get more input, and people are not having to get off work and stuff like that. So it's written in such a vague manner. We presented, Mr. Pitts met with Mr. Hughes. He presented items that he would like to see addressed. Basically, they were red line. And then from that, we get other input. We present those options. And if we've got a fairly good idea of what the community wants, then we start preparing a document for adoption, whether to do away with the zone, whether to require that a larger lot size. So individually, you may speak with me or with my staff, but we want citizens reaching out so we can take a bigger pool of comments, right? So we want more participation before we take on something. We don't want to delay it. I mean, we can do it fairly quickly. And I'm sure that Mr. Pitts won't mind holding a Saturday meeting and, and I don't mind bringing some coffee to him so we can have, but I say that we meet for a few hours, 9 to noon, 10 to 2, something like that, just to kind of get an idea of what it is that people want. So let me just stop there, Mayor and Councilmember, unless you've got any questions. The public hearing is to give public input and so we can determine how to move forward on this matter.
A member of council, any comments first off?
Yeah, I was like city manager said, I went to that meeting for this particular reason. And the reason was because on my street, they are building a duplex and I'm so tired of seeing duplexes and going up. And like city manager said, I've voiced my opinion very strongly that we completely stop duplexes, condos, apartments, all the above, and make this city more single family housing, not multi-family housing.
Okay. Any other member of council before I go to the public? Okay, we got.
Yeah, I would like to just echo Councilmember Stratton's comments as well as how I feel. But also I think we do need to have a public hearing on a weekend to get more input from our citizens for sure.
Yeah, no disagreement. Yeah, none.
If you're interested, we could look at all the R2s anywhere in proximity of single family and try to zone those out, right? Maybe you don't want to do R2 completely entirely from the ordinance or from the comprehensive land use plan. That may work. I mean, and obviously the ones that are there are already vested and they're vested until the buildings get destroyed or redeveloped. But if we've got pockets, as the councilman has indicated, those may be the ones that you want to not have there. They should be somewhere else. Okay. And we can certainly look at that map, indicate which properties need to be rezoned so we don't have those. I don't like, if a council approved it at one time, it's really not spot zoning. It's spot zoning when there's a when technically you put commercial and residential. This is still family, just multifamily. Sometimes removing something completely creates problems that you've zoned something out. So, but if there's a place for them just somewhere else, maybe in a cluster where there's other types of apartments or other types of larger, those type, whether it's a 4-plex, 3-plex, whatever it is. So we could look at that, but again, certainly we'd like to get your input. You 5 certainly are the representatives of the 18,000 plus people we have. So your input is very important so we can kind of get this thing right.
Okay. We got a member of the public standing up right now. So
Bob Klinger, 1140 Kent Street. I was also at that to a board meeting. The way I understand it, and I might be wrong, but the way I understand it, the board voted for 125 feet. The board voted, are we gonna not accept what the board, what the board voted? I mean,
My
how's that
understanding
work?
is, yeah, the council, the council ultimately decides.
But I don't see nothing on here about the board voted for 125 feet. There's nothing on
Is
this
that meeting
paper about it.
attached?
He didn't mention nothing
Hold
about
on,
it. He
hold on.
didn't mention nothing about it.
Bob, hold on just a second.
Today's public hearing, there's no action to be taken.
Right.
Ordinance.
But-
Right, but it's just the public hearing, so.
Right, but after the hearing, you had a meeting.
Yes.
After the hearing, you had a meeting and they voted 125 feet. I was there.
Right.
They voted after the public hearing, y'all went into a regular meeting
Yes, sir.
and they voted 125 feet.
Mr.
Are we
Pitts,
not gonna abide by what the board said?
It has to come to city council for it to be
I
active,
agree with that.
yeah. And we have not voted on it. So
Okay.
125 foot means nothing today.
yeah, let me add some clarification, Councilman Sonia and members of the city council. The Planning and Zoning Commission is an advisory board. It is created statutorily, but it is strictly an advisory board. They did vote, and you'll see it on the graph, that states section 12 to 125. We're not providing you a report of what discussions or what public input. We're asking that we get more input because this is a public hearing and that we're going to give another opportunity. So with due respect to the Planning and Zoning Commission, they can only vote to make a recommendation to the city council. You're the final authority. I just said the zoning board of adjustment, their authority is final. And the only way you can change that decision that is made by them is by taking them to state district courts. So they have final say, just like you have final say. The Planning and Zoning Commission does not.
You answered it. You answered it, but I thought y'all were voting on the 125 feet,
No.
but apparently y'all want to do a whole nother.
We want to have more input.
But Sure.
Yeah, Bob, it took me almost a year to figure out the differences between zoning board of appeals and planning and zoning. So you're not the only one.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Jackie Toops, 613 North 14th. I understand Mr. Delarosa saying that there needs to be more input heard from citizens, but this has been being brought up at city council meetings for months now, long before he came here. People have asked for the size of the lots to be increased. Not just the same people all the time. Multiple people have been coming up. The council knows about this. Asking for another hearing and another thing to be done on a Saturday or something else saying, need more input. Y'all have been listening to it for months now. And this is the closest we've got. And now we're told again, we need another something else done for more people to come in and talk about it. I don't know what else you need. Your own Economic Development Commission has said that duplexes are what is hindering this city, is the worst thing that could come out for people that want to move here to see is happening within the city, are the duplexes. I don't know what else y'all need. I really don't. What for, in the meantime that all this goes on, 5 more come before Jacob and get approved because it reaches the 80-foot lot size? So we're getting more being built because it's not going to stop. He's going to have to approve them because it's on the 80-foot lot size. So they have to be approved. So all I see is the council right now has your chance. You have your chance to show the citizens what they've been asking for months. But we're getting another delay. And it may be coming from Mr. Delarosa, but everybody in this city that has been asking for this as months is going to look at every one of y'all up there because it's in your hands. Y'all can make the difference right now.
Here's my thing. I know we see people that come to City Hall for city meetings, and we've seen people, I've gone to town halls and different things. We don't get a lot of participation in the city. We don't even get it for local vote wide. Like Ms. Toops, I agree with Ms. Toops. We do not need to delay this. I didn't really understand expanding the lot size to make it more complicated to make that happen. But it doesn't stop people. If people got money, they could buy 3 lots, they can still do it. Like I said, I don't want to see any more townhouses, duplexes, anything in the city of Nederland. I'm so tired of it. Like I said, I've got 2 of them now going to be on my street. And it irks me because I knew as soon as that lot went up for sale, what was going to happen. And it's exactly going on right now. So I don't want to see no more. I'd rather, like I said, if we got to somehow come up with a way to rezone that, and I don't even want to move it to a different area of Nederland. I just don't want it, period. We've got way too many in Nederland. We don't need to move it to another section and rezone that. We just don't need to happen. We just need to change the codes or the ordinances, the zoning, and just do not allow any more duplexes, townhouses, apartments, etc.
Mr. City Manager, are we required to have a public hearing when we make these changes to the zoning?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. So so what's before us today is a public hearing to increase this width. If we're going to make such a change where essentially you're going to have no like they're not even allowed, period, that's going to require another public hearing, is it not?
It could
For that
potentially-
change.
It could potentially, because that's not how it was presented the
Right.
first time. So it
council
was
took
to
action
change
to
the
move
lot
this forward,
sizes, right? So if you want to do away with a specific zone, just do away with it, you would have that very specific language. So we can write an ordinance, and I heard Councilman Ortiz, I heard Councilman Stratton. It tells me just it's one vote away from me getting some type of direction where we're at. We can certainly write an ordinance to address the lot sizes because we're there now. It'll just be us amending it. And you can always amend it again and do away, and that would give us more time to look at the, because I don't know what the comprehensive land look. I don't know the streets well enough because I see it at 30-foot elevation.
Mhm.
Okay, so some council, some advisory board recommended that at one time. You want to change it, that's fine, but I've already heard 2. I'm okay with drafting it because we can at least move forward. And I agree. I don't want anybody thinking I don't have a dog in the hunt, and she's absolutely correct. You 5, as I stated, represent the 18,000 people. I don't.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes,
Please.
sir. So, but if that's the direction we got and that's kind of where we're going, I just put on the next council agenda to give me new direction so we can have public hearings, right? But it's done collectively. I need a simple majority to give me direction, what direction to move in. But for now, based on what we heard, we had public hearings based on those discussions. What I heard was, well, no, this is going to be different. You're changing the zoning and we haven't given notice for that.
Got notice in 2 public hearings, okay,
Yeah.
so 2 hearings.
Right.
There's not going to be any action tonight. This is the first open.
No, we already have P and Z. This is the city.
So this is second.
Yeah.
Let me catch the council, if you're not caught up yet, and the audience, the citizens. What is before us right now on lot width is strictly to increase it from 80 to 125. We cannot consider an ordinance that says we're doing away with duplexes, for example, tonight. We cannot do that because there's not an proposed ordinance has been written. Heck, there's not been a public hearing on that item. Okay, we have to follow because we're bound by state law on a lot of these things and by our own rules. And so the matter that we could handle tonight on lot width is raising it from 80 to 125, and that is it. We cannot do anything else. Just a second, hold on, please, let me finish. I have the floor now. Is do that. Now, if it would be the will of this council or to have a moratorium on different types of multifamily, including duplexes, that would require a separate notice, a separate public hearing, a separate being brought back to the council. Okay, just wanted everybody to be caught up right now. Why aren't we looking at abolishing duplexes? Because that is not before us tonight. Okay, so that's I just wanted to catch everybody up to that before our next input from the public. And I wasn't trying to keep you from talking, Ms. Shipley. I just want to catch everybody up. You are now recognized.
Thank you. Jolie Shipley of the great city of Nederland. Couple of things I want to touch on. One, I think the agenda as written is vague and ambiguous. It simply says amend table 12.2 by increasing a lot width. It doesn't say what, and unless you print out the 213 pages like I did, the citizens don't go, it's labor intensive to try to find out exactly what was proposed. We probably could have done a better job outlining our agenda and making it clear to the citizens what we wanted to do tonight.
Can you please pause for a second?
Sure.
Point taken. I think the next one needs to say what, from what to what. I think that would help everybody.
We'll make a point, Mr. Mayor, that I understand exactly what she's saying. It's not on the actual agenda itself, but all of these, I'm going through all the attachments that have been online since they posted, and it's all here.
It is there.
I understand her point, so it needs to be on the cover page and not in the notes.
That's why, what I was just saying.
So,
Go ahead and resume.
the attachments aren't posted at the same time the agenda is. They come several days later. You guys get those by email, but it's very cumbersome in the Linkfish or whatever that program is that you guys use to try to navigate that on a phone to get through 213 pages. That's what this time was.
Can you pause for just a second? We
Absolutely.
get it at the same time the public does.
Yeah, I get it when it's online.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Proce-
that,
We don't get them on Tuesday.
gotcha.
Proceed.
Okay, so that makes it a little bit difficult to go through and find those things. So some clarity there would have been helpful. But being the ever peacemaker and solution-oriented citizen that I am, might I suggest that tonight you consider making a motion consistent with the public hearing request and pass a 90-day moratorium on the construction of duplexes on lots less than 125. That would be consistent with your motion. Mr. Mayor, that's that's what's before it. I mean,
Mm,
you're nodding your head no, but
Yeah.
So
Go-
if you-
Continue. I'm
you-
not saying anything. Continue
Okay.
though.
I'm sorry, if you change the lot size from 80 to 125 as a temporary 90-day moratorium for construction on lots under 125, it would be consistent with your public hearing. It would be consistent with what the planning and zoning did. And then it would allow you to have additional public hearings to consider revamping that at the conclusion or expiration of 90 days. That would stop there from being a rush, which very well might happen on Mr. Pitts's office to get duplexes and duplex permits issued in the interim. That would be my first part is we've got to do something tonight because there is going to be a rush, just not lying. They're going to go pull the permits and then not start construction for, 140 days. I would also say that the changes might be needed, but we have to enforce it. Not saying Mr. Pitts isn't doing it or trying to do it, but we've got to enforce it. When you have people living in travel trailers all over the city, that's not allowed in an R1, but they're here. We drive by them all day, every day. I don't know if I need to call them in. When we have people putting signs up on the mailboxes that say Unit A and Unit B, clearly in a strictly residential neighborhood, and we see those and we're not calling them in, we're not helping Mr. Pitts look efficient or effective. We're not helping Mr. Pitts be consistent. We need that consistency in there. So we need to enforce what
Finish
all.
your sentence.
I got you. Anyway, we need to enforce what exists already. And then the last part is you're changing duplexes and the size of lots in R2s. But according to table 13.2, and you guys need to print out 13.2 on legal size paper so you can see the whole thing. But if you don't print out 13.2, you're talking nonsense. 13.2 has the Ps and the Ss where things are permitted or not permitted. If you're just going to change the lot size to 125 in an R2, can they still go build in a C2 on an 80-foot lot? So it's got to be a little bit more inclusive of what you're really trying to do. And I'll be happy to discuss that with anybody since my time's up. But I would ask that you pass the
Thank you.
resolution on a 90-day temporary tonight.
Okay. Let me just caution hold on, Bob, you'll be recognized. That measure before us is to increase the lot width from 80 to 125. There's nothing about a 90-day moratorium. That is what is before us, because that's what the public hearing was at planning and zoning. And that's the recommendation from planning and zoning.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
if Mrs. Shipley is serious about the vagueness and ambiguity of the written notice, and if two councilmen concur with that suggestion, then I cannot recommend that you take action on an item that is insufficient notice to the public for a public hearing. And I do agree with your assessment that there can be really no discussion or action on a request for moratorium tonight on the way that this agenda is written.
So now we're taking the action.
You can still, Mayor,
Yes,
If I may.
please.
you may still have the public hearing. Now, the idea of putting a lot size on an agenda locks you into that size. If you put 120, you can't make it 140. It is written in such a manner, and I agree with Ms. Shipley, it is vague. Ordinances generally are, and so are agendas, to give you, the governing body, the ability to make some decisions whether you want to do. What it doesn't say is you can remove it. It just says, the amendment of that schedule, right? Well, when we create it, we're going to create the ordinance, the whereas, we're going to have to make it fit. But if we have to change the graph for that size, we weren't looking at C2. C tells me it's commercial. You're now looking at other areas, right? That's much more, those are more changes to your zoning, and you're doing it off the cuff without really looking at it. It was for the lot sizes. I looked at this language. It's written in such a manner to allow this council to make a decision. We discussed about being larger. We discussed what it could be less, right? They don't want less. But that 120 was an arbitrary number somebody recommended, and it didn't come from this council as far as I know. It could be larger, right? Somebody just said we could have 3 lots. You could. What is that size? We were going to change the lot sizes for R2, add in the containers, that's cargo, also known as connexes. There's all sorts of terms, that definition, and amend that section in the regulations. So there was 3 items that we gave notice. Now, if it is, and I agree with our city attorney, if some of you interpret it, this is not proper notice, well, then it is what it is. It's a public hearing based on this, and no other options can be discussed. But we didn't have a lot to work with, and we're working with what we heard, some comments made. Thank you.
Yes. Bob, hold on just a second. I do have a question. Is anybody from planning and zoning here? Mr. Pitts is here. I recognize that.
No.
Maybe I should ask Mr. Pitts to return to the podium for a second. I have a question.
If you have a
him.
question from
Yes, sir.
our employee.
Yes, sir. You're next, Bob. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Jacob, Mr. Pitts, did the 125 come out of a study or anything like that, or was it in fact an arbitrary number?
I've been hearing it mentioned, and then the P and Z. I know one of our guys wanted 100 foot, the others were 125, and they were good with that. And it was thrown around back and forth from 100 to even more than 125, but 125 ended up being the number.
Okay. I didn't know if there had been a study done or anything like that saying 125 is the number, or if that was in fact an arbitrary number. That's where I was going. It sounds like it was an arbitrary number. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying there was no study or comparing to other cities or anything like that.
Other cities I've talked to, they're still at 80 foot.
Okay.
Now, if you go into the country, and I have some family up north, theirs is 150,
Okay.
but it varies.
Got it. I just wanted to know what the genesis of 125 was. Thank you.
I believe I could answer your question if I could be recognized.
You
Mr.
are
Mayor.
recognized, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, the 125 came directly from constituent feedback that I received, as well as Councilman Ortiz. One of those constituents is standing right before you today. I don't know where the 125 number exactly came from. I heard it from one, I heard it from another. I don't know if all these individuals are all talking at the same time saying, hey, reach out to your council member and ask to increase the width to 125. That's the number that the constituents represented to me that they wanted to see. That's what I asked. That's what we had before the council when we took a motion to instruct staff to begin working towards this. That's how we got to that number. I understand your comments. If we have a public hearing and then we put 125 on the agenda, then we're bound to that. If the public comes up and says 126, well, the agenda item is 125. I understand what you're saying about you want to leave it open so we can get the feedback and do what the public wants us to do.
Where I would be concerned, and I'm not taking your time. Yep. Where I would be concerned is if we chose a number, and 125 is a number, that would set us up for some possible action. Whereas if we had done some sort of, let's compare with other cities that have gone through a process of getting their number somehow arrived at in a semi-scientific way. That would, I just am concerned about bringing litigation on us without having totally thought it through. I'm not saying I'm opposed to raising, don't get me wrong. I just want to get to the right number rather than a room full of well-meaning citizens picking an arbitrary number and then us getting in trouble with litigation that would wind up costing us, whatever kind of money. That's strictly where I'm coming from. I'm not saying not raise it, but I'd like to get something with that we could support, that we could defend, I should say, defend in potential litigation. Bob,
I'll
you've been
tell
very
you why-
patient.
I'll tell you why it's 125.
Go for it.
Because, and I the one that said 25, a couple other people said, because if you put an 80-foot, they could build them all over this city. We said 125, they'd have to buy a double lot or 3 lots. That's why we said 125. Okay, it stops it. It stops it. Unless, like you said, they have money, they can buy 3 lots. But it's hard to buy 3 lots in this city. Right, that's why we came up with 125.
Okay.
Okay. Another question is, why can't, I understand you want a town hall meeting. I understand that. But that public hearing meeting, that was advertised, that was the whole 9 yards. I went out and I told personally, because I'm opposed to this a lot. I went out personally and told at least 100 people. I can't help it, only 6 showed up. You want to know the 6 that showed up? There's the 6 people that care about this city. Do you want to know who shows up at these council meetings every time? The people who care about this city. The other people don't care. It's like Mr. Stratton said, get in and go out and vote. What, 1,000 people voted? Out of the whole city of Nederland? They don't care. We're prolonging this. We're prolonging this. I agree. If you want a town meeting, fine, have it. I promise you, a lot of people won't show up because they don't show up in Nederland. That's why. I have a problem with extending this. Let's do something where we stop it now and then we talk about it. But let's do something where we stop it now so they can't come to Jacob tomorrow and say, I want to build 5. Or he gets 5 people saying, or 3, 4 people saying, hey, I want to build them. And then we have to let him do it. I'm telling y'all, you're all going to be sorry it's taken over the city. Just like Jeff, just like all that, it's taken over the city. And me as a citizen of Nederland, and I love this city with all my heart, I will stand up, I will fight for everything that we are fighting for. Because I do not want the city taken over. I don't want it to end like Port Arthur. And for you to go and say, well, let's talk to other cities, I don't give a rat's butt about other cities. I care about this city. And I will fight to my last breath to see that this city gets what single dwelling homes. I will fight to my last breath. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
Okay.
Jackie Toops, I wanted to just make it a little more clear on the reason the 125 is because Nederland is based on 50-foot lots is what it was originally based on. So if you say 100-foot, people could buy 2 older houses that are sitting there and do it. We have talked to lots of people in this city. They didn't want it 100-foot. They wanted it to either be moratorium and none be built, or they wanted it somehow to restrict them to discourage people from doing it. That's the reason the 125 was picked. They're going to have to buy 3 lots in order to do it. 3, which is a little harder to do. It's a little more difficult to do. And another thing, you've got people that don't even live here that are coming in and building these duplexes because it is so easy here in Nederland to do it. Before Jacob took over, it was very easy for people to come in and build duplexes in Nederland. There was no questions asked. They were built on lots that they should never even been built on. And as far as what other cities do, I'm like, Bob, I don't care what other cities are doing. We're the one that the EDC has already told us has a problem with people wanting to move here because duplexes and apartments are really looked down on. They're taken over. This is not a small town neighborhood city anymore. It's gotten away from that. It's getting too commercialized and too many people coming in and running the neighborhoods. And we need to stop that. And y'all have a chance now. With the 125, y'all have a chance. Y'all can change it to 125 tonight. And just like Mr. De La Rosa said, down the road, y'all can have the hearings on whether to put the moratorium or whatever, or later on increase it to another size. But you have the chance tonight to do it at 125 and do what citizens been asking for months to please be done. And I know some council members that have wanted it done. So don't postpone it. Don't do it. Don't tell us y'all are not concerned enough to at least take the action tonight you can take by postponing. Thank you.
So one question, Ms. Stoops. So 125 is the number you were saying?
Yes, because my thing of it is, if you, the 100-foot, you could buy 2 houses. It's much more difficult in an R2 section to find 3 that you're going to be able to buy all at one time.
And the only reason I asked that question, because I'm looking at the notes from the meeting and you recommended a lot width of 100 feet.
No, not recommend. I've never recommended 100-foot. I don't know.
That's
who
what,
did it.
that's what they put in the meeting minutes from y'all's meeting.
Well, let me
Okay,
tell you
okay.
something. I asked for corrections on some of our ZBA meetings
Okay,
because things are not
okay.
put in
I
right.
just had to clarify.
Never been
Okay, thank,
in 125.
you're, all right. All right, let's not belabor the point here. Hey, and you know what? I think y'all know how this vote's gonna turn out.
Is there action? There's no action.
There's no action item.
We have to have the
We
hearing,
have to have this hearing and it'll be on the
be on the next.
next agenda. All right. Okay. This is strictly for a public hearing. I would ask that this be put on July 13th. That's our next meeting to have a vote on this. In fact, I'll accept a motion from, well, we can't, it's a public hearing. Yeah. Right. But I think the sense of the council is to go on and have an action item for July 13th. Is that for what I'm reading, gentlemen? Okay, July 13th, then an action item on all of these 3 things here. This is a public hearing. We can only accept comments from the public. All right. We're not delaying it. We're also not going to break the law. It is 7:34 PM. I will close the public hearing. And thank you for everyone's patience. Okay. Now, item 8, consent agenda, all consent agenda items. We're back on the regular meeting at 7:34. All consent agenda items listed are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. A, minutes, June 8th, 2026 regular meeting. B, May 2026 departmental reports. C, tax assessor collection report for April. D, financial report, April 2026. Mr. De La Rosa.
Mayor and council members, staff is recommending that the minutes be approved and the other 3 items be accepted.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Sonia, second by Ortiz to approve the consent agenda. Any questions, council? Anybody from the audience? Hearing none, we will vote. Ortiz.
Aye.
Sonia.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Stratton.
Aye.
Darby, aye. Consent agenda is approved. Now we are on regular agenda, renumbered number 9. A, new business, A, city manager to provide progress reports on public works engineering projects. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, I'm gonna pass around the progress report. If you'll keep one, pass the rest. You can have one. Try and make this quickly. Again, I appreciate always the assistance of Councilman Jones in helping me go through these progress reports. So for the first one, water plant clarifier, the rehab being done by Westwood. Clarifier, the rehabilitation project is approaching completion. The crews continue to make final adjustments for proper water flow distribution through the clarifier. The next phase includes substantial completion inspections, development of a punch list, and a receipt of final project closeout documentation. And with Westwood, they will be here tomorrow morning, so I'll spend some time. We're getting some kickoff projects on some other things, so I'll get to actually speak with them in person rather than Zoom calls or over the phone. The next one is the sewer line rehabilitation plan, which is the western 20% of the city. Progress continues on the wastewater rehab planning for the western side of the city. Video inspections have identified very few blockages within phase 1 service area, while review of phase 2 area inspection data remains ongoing. Design work is continuing, although portions of the project are awaiting resolve from SPI's hydraulic analysis. SPI has indicated that several potential improvement scenarios are being analyzed for the western portion of the city, including larger trunk sewer lines and lift station alternatives designed to improve system performance and reduce hydraulic constraints. Next, as current schedules anticipate 60% design plans this month. We completed design plans projected later this year. When I see them in person, I will determine what they mean by later this year. Seems like a long time to the end of the year. So I'll get them to tighten down on how far out. The next item, the sanitary sewer system study. The citywide sanitary sewer system has reached several significant milestones. Smoke testing and manhole inspections have been completed and flow monitoring has concluded following multiple rainfall events. Engineers have developed and calibrated the city's hydraulic model and are now evaluating wet weather performance. The final report will include recommendations, cost estimates, and a long-term strategy for sewer rehab efforts.
We were needing some wet weather to complete some of these studies. I think we got enough of
I
that
think we
now.
did, yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Continue, please. Sorry. I just had to be sarcastic.
The next one is the rehab planning. Engineering design continues for improvement to the Canal Avenue and Nederland Avenue wastewater lift stations. System curve calculations and pump selection efforts are underway for both stations as design work progresses. The Canal Avenue lift station has reached the 60% design phase, while the Nederland Avenue lift station is currently at the 30% design phase. Current project schedules indicate that design remains on track and is not expected to impact the anticipated timeline. These improvements are intended to enhance the reliability, efficiency, and long-term operation of critical wastewater infrastructure serving the community. And again, if you cannot see those graphs that we put in the packet, please let us know and we'll either put them somewhere on the website so you can zoom in, okay? But we do provide those timelines in there. The next one is the wastewater treatment plant facility assessment. Engineering consultants are preparing the preliminary facility condition assessment and rehab recommendations, including project summaries and initial cost estimates. Coordination with equipment manufacturers is underway to develop updated cost estimates for future improvements. If review meeting is with city staff is scheduled for June 23rd to discuss preliminary findings and recommendations. This assessment will help establish a long-term roadmap for wastewater plant rehabilitation and capital improvements.
In other words, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes, sir. They'll be here in the morning for several hours meeting with staff and doing some field work. So.
Okay, thank you.
The wastewater treatment plant centrifuge replacement planning. Planning and evaluation efforts continue for replacement of the wastewater treatment plant centrifuge. Electrical and structural consultants have completed site evaluations and coordination continues with equipment manufacturers to confirm centrifuge sizing, polymer equipment requirements, and associated system components. Additional sludge sampling and equipment analysis are underway to support final equipment selection and procurement planning. Next one is the Allen Metals Drainage Improvement Planning. And if you don't know that where that's at, that is nearing Avenue Inn at the 17th cul-de-sac street or street cul-de-sac. Utility coordination and permitting efforts continue with Entergy, Texas Department of Transportation, and Drainage District Number 7. Engineering analysis of existing and proposed drainage conditions has been completed, and proposed construction plans are currently under city review. The project team is now working to finalize easement documents, secure signatures, and prepare the project towards the bidding phase.
Mr. De La Rosa, any word on how that particular section of town did yesterday morning with all the rain?
No, sir, that was not one of the areas that we actually had water in the streets that I was notified of. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. It, okay, I just
So-
wanted to know
Yeah.
if there was
I
anything.
saw photos that Councilman Jones sent me, and I think most of the flooding occurred within drainage outlets or low performing drainage, and the culverts, not at some of the other areas. The system seemed to be,
Okay.
Yeah, I surveyed many areas of my ward during the rain, just trying to find areas where it's bottleneck, and I got some of them too, but some of those looked like they were quick repairs. So I had some culverts that had some sticks and leaves that got caught up in them and things like that.
Thank you.
good. The next one, again, let me get to this Allen Metals drainage.
Yeah.
We met about 2 weeks ago. I've got some preliminary plans. I would say they're probably 95% complete. I think they use 90. It's gonna go from that cul-de-sac between the two homes. They thought it was gonna be the home to the right, which is to the south. That is not the fact. It's gonna go to the house to the left. There's some shed or something, and the alignment to get a better runoff from that cul-de-sac toward the pipeline. So it's eastbound, runs better along that line. I did inquire whether that property owner was okay, and they seem to both be good with it. And then it'll run on the western side of the gas pipeline. So in other words, we won't cross it down toward FM 365, and that'll inch short of the tech dot. So it'll handle. So now let me make this very clear. I don't know the water that is being captured there is going to hit further down on the drainage district's canal system. If there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of flow, it will not drain. We've created more capacity. It will work, but this is not a fix-all. This is a remedy to try to get some relief and get it out of this. So I want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding, depending on the type of a rain. And if we had what we had yesterday and it just happens to hit there, it's not going to flow that easily, especially if it's hitting that drainage district number 7 canal. It's got to get some of that moving, so it'll relieve the stormwater from that roadway. It's all hydraulics, right? Not enough water, meaning a lot of water, right? So, but we're working on it and it's moving forward, and we will either I'll brief you as soon as those things have been completed and everybody signed off. The DD7, the textile, and everybody else needs to give their approvals. The Shelley Drive Drainage Improvement Project, the 75% preliminary plan set has been completed and preliminary easement descriptions have been finalized. Coordination with affected properties will be required before final design documents can be completed. This project is intended to improve drainage capacity and reduce localized flooding concerns in the area. Again, this is South Texas doing this. They continue to move forward. As soon as I know, I've seen their plans. I'm not been presented those plans yet. They generally run 30, 60, 90s. If you're ever interested in seeing them, I'll be happy to share them. There's no state secrets to preliminary construction plans. Next one, Hardy Avenue Drainage Improvement Project. A proposed easement alignment has been completed and is currently being coordinated with the affected property owner. Once easement agreements are finalized, engineers anticipate advancing the project to a 95% design review stage for both the city and drainage district number 7. The project remains focused on strengthening drainage infrastructure and improving long-term stormwater management in the area. The next one, another South Tex project, street concrete and sidewalk improvement program. Planning is underway for targeted street concrete and sidewalk point repairs across multiple areas of the city as part of the 2026 improvement program. Surveying and preliminary design work has been completed. Geotechnical inspections are nearing completion and final design packages continue to advance toward bid approval phase. And you'll see on the next page, the asphalt roadway rehab project includes planned milling, base repair, and overlay work on 2,200 linear feet of Avenue G from South 27th Street to South 33rd Street, 1,923 linear feet of South 31st Street from Nederland Avenue to Hardy Avenue, 1,700 linear feet of Avenue E from Highway 69 to Hardy Avenue, and 2,625 linear feet of Holmes Road from Bitterbow Road to Beauart Garden Road, for a combined total of approximately 8,448 linear feet of asphalt roadway improvements. The concrete pavement repair program includes targeted panel and curb replacements along portions of, and I'm just going to call these out, North 27th Street, Nederland Avenue to Helena Avenue, South 27th Street from Avenue H to Highway 365, Hardy Avenue from Nederland Avenue to Avenue A. The program also includes replacement of the Recreation Center concrete driveway entrance. And these projects are intended to improve roadway conditions and pedestrian accessibility throughout the city. Now, lastly, you'll have something here that we've identified. A line, Avenue D is 325 feet of linear feet of, well, it says 350, so I was told 325. I think they actually walked it. It is underneath the middle of the roadway. And with that line is determined to such a state that we think it's in our best interest, since it doesn't affect any property owners. We can work in there, get in there fairly quickly. I had a conversation with Councilman Jones. They said, hey, can we slip line it? Based on the linear footage, it's such a small distance, small project. By the time you mobilize equipment, dig your entry pits and your exit and do that, it gets to be cost prohibitive. So in other words, they'll do it, but you're not going to get a break point because it's larger. If we were doing other areas along the city, it would be. The problem is this line is so deteriorated and it's in close proximity to our storm sewer. We don't want any violations. We don't even want any allegations. And this has made it that we can get in there fairly quickly and get this thing worked. Okay. So that's why it was added there. And we put a note, you'll see it in your progress reports, LJA. GIS is Geographical Information Systems. It is a data analysis. It's more than mapping. Late 2000s, 2010 or so, we were maintaining GIS maps. Then about 2018, we had somebody else that worked on them. Employees leave. We stopped working it. We had it all on one server. Now or one computer. We've now loaded it on the cloud. Our IT department is getting the GIS maps from, I believe he's at the appraisal district. And then we also have LJ updating the information, looking at our maps, and so some of it, if we have just plans, we can scan them, pinpoint them, and add the data. Part of it is that if you don't have good maps, and we've lost so many employees with institutional knowledge, and the old philosophy is if I've got it up here, they can't get rid of me, right? What happens is they age out and they retire and they're not here, and we lose valuable information. So these types of mapping capabilities with this GIS system will help us protect our assets better. We don't know where things are hidden, where they're covered, so that's what this mapping is going to help us. So we've resurrected that. I did not. It was resurrected about December of last year. And then recently they picked up on it. The owner, there was a death in the family and it slowed some progress down. But now that we're on it, this thing is moving along much quicker. That is my progress report, Mayor and council members. Do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
just real quick. Can this be uploaded to the website in place of the PDF for citizens to view, to
Yes.
read? Thank you.
The GIS mapping, is that going to help our city employees maintain our infrastructure moving forward, considering we're going to have electronic mapping with our with our infrastructure showing exactly where it is, the GPS coordinates. Hey, if we dig right here, here's the line. Is that going to help?
Yes,
us in
yes,
that
sir.
way?
We have probably, I would say venture in the water and sewer, the field employees, probably two for sure, maybe as many as four. There's 8 on that team. There's a younger employee, a lot of generations now between me and even them. So they don't know where much is at.
Right.
So it will help those future field employees, those future field supervisors. This will also give them flow direction. You've been with me when we've had a citizen says, hey, I think the flow's going in the wrong
Yes.
direction, stormwater. You can put that data in and not ever have to go look at it again. You know the flows. We just need to get better with how we use technology. Same thing. We've before I came, there was already some tablets for the fuel. Some of the, I think the 2, we're going to add more. We want to be able to report the job site, what it looks like, when we're there, when we start, how we finish. And if we can find these, now we find manholes that have been covered over or inlets, right? We can get the GPS on those things, at least try to identify where they're at so we can get them on our maps. So those tablets are going to help our workforce, not only because I believe they work hard, they just need to work smarter.
Any other member of council? Okay, any member of the public? How did I guess?
Well, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. First off, thank you, Mr. Ortiz, Councilmember Ortiz, for asking that the public get the report because it was read at mock speed and it was not in the packet. So it made it very hard to follow. But as I understood, and I want to talk about the.
And you're Jolie Shipley again.
I'm Jolie Shipley, still of the great city of Needle. And the Nederland sewer line rehab planning for the western 20%. I think that Mr. De La Rosa has been made aware that there was a report we paid several $100,000 for that came out around February, March of 2026. That report identified a number of problems in the northwestern section, kind of back behind Helena Park, Yeoman Edition, and that area going towards Canal. I have friends that couldn't flush their toilets yesterday. That's not a surprise to you. Guess what? It wasn't a surprise to City Public Works either, because as Ms. Finette called at 8:49 a.m., no one called her back from Public Works. No one went out from Public Works. They know it's broke. They know it doesn't work. They know they can't flush, yet nothing happens. And so we've got to do something. I understand that there's now a phase 1 and a phase 2. I assumed, maybe incorrectly, Mr. De La Rosa, that phase 1 is the first report we got from Westwood, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for, and phase 2 is the new report we're doing to change the first report. And maybe it's within the second report, there's 2 phases, not really sure. But I know that you said that very few blockages had been identified within phase 1. That completely contradicts the first report. I'm gonna call it first report and second report because the first report showed like 13 collapsed manholes. It's about a 211-page report. I have a copy of it if it's not accessible to you guys. But I'm wondering if the people doing report number 2 got a copy of report number 1, because it seems contradictory in just the preliminary reports. And nonetheless, people can't flush their toilets in that area of the city. And Public Works isn't even responding because there's nothing they can do till they're not being allowed to do anything. They know you've got some employees and like Robbie Smith and some of the others that aren't here anymore and they knew what to do and they knew some of the things to make some of it better. But, we just didn't do that. And I think if that's not the very first thing, that's a problem. And the fact that we just keep doing reports is a problem.
Mr. De La Rosa, I believe that the phase, from my interpretation of the attachments, the phase 1 is, one of the phases is the main trunk line that goes from that neighborhood to the wastewater plant. The other phase is more of your residential, I'll call them like the tree lines, the smaller lines that lead into the main. I think that's the difference.
Service lines, yes, sir.
Yeah, the service lines. I don't have the terminology. That's the different phase. I don't think it's an actual timeline phase. I believe it's just the different lines. You have the main and then the arterial lines,
Yes, you have
if
the
you will.
collection line, which
Right.
is the main lateral. Then you have the sewer lines that come in, which is the lower laterals.
Number two. You know, we did the first report. We got that report from
Talking about
Westwood.
the smoke testing.
We did the first report that's 211 pages that Westwood has that had all the private breaches.
Right.
Where people didn't have caps on and little things, and then there were some big things. There's 3 manholes that are collapsed. I can take you to them right now if you want to go see them, that are completely collapsed. And so it seems contradictory that we're now saying phase 1, but that's of report 2. So report 2, because y'all started a whole new report. Report 2 started after report came in. And report 2 is saying no major breaks, but did anybody show the author of report 2, report number 1? That was my question.
I know we did, there was a smoke test that was done. And that data from that smoke test is going into the engineering, which is the phase we're in now. If that's what you're referring to in reports, I'm not following. Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Who is doing the current study?
You're talking about Westwood is doing the engineering. SPI is doing the smoke test on the other 80% of the city. The smoke testing was initially done on the Western 20. Now that's in engineering. Okay, what do we need? Hydraulic analysis, that sort of thing. The other 80% is still under smoke testing. I believe the report and the documents indicate that that's completed. They've completed smoke testing and they've completed the manhole inspection. So we're getting close to the end on that.
I was just talking about the 20. There was a complete study done before you were on council. A complete study done, Mr. Sonia was here, a complete study done that was released before the election that 3 of you were elected at. And it was sent out, who did the complete study, the 200? Schaumburg and
SPI.
Polk did a complete study. They studied the big lines, they studied the little lines, they studied the backyard. They studied all of it and they showed where the water was infiltrating the sewer line. Then we go hire Westwood to go re-study what we already studied.
They're not, no, you're talking about the smoke testing. They can't,
The totality tract with Westwood for the northwest 20%, not the other 80. What they were told to go look at is duplicative of what the prior council had looked at with Schaumburg and Polk. My question is, did anybody hand Westwood, Schaumburg and Polk's report, or are they just repeating it? And I'd love to see somebody look at it.
Yep, go ahead, David.
David Wedgeworth, 712 Carriage Lane. Mr. De La Rosa, he gave a pretty detailed report, but you kind of get lost in it. I mean, these companies are giving us a report, I guess, about the first week of the month. We get it second meeting of the month. How's it being tracked? How are all these items being tracked? Other than them giving us a report saying, this is, what we've done, this is what we intend to do, whatever. How's that being tracked for us? Can anybody answer that?
that was.
Hold on, I was gonna refer to Mr. De La Rosa.
Yeah, we don't do day to day.
So, Mr. De La Rosa.
Yes, sir. There is no software and no person for us to track it on day to day. We're dependent on our contractors to give us reports. We have conversations with them, generally somebody on my staff, every week. We bring them now every month to come and talk to us. And this is a pattern that we've started. So, so as we go through, so like tomorrow, they're on my calendar they start like at 10 or 10 and they go through like 2 p.m. Okay. So, some of it I'll be in, some of it I have other folks who sit in on it because I'm also in the middle of your budget process. So, but it is, if we catch, certainly, I mean, I make notes of what we have. We'll compare what we have from the previous, and then we'll see whether they're meeting that calendar. There's a calendar that was given to us, as long as they're hitting those benchmarks and they're not deviating from it. That was what's presented. We go back to the original contract to see exactly what was the scope. Many of these were entered before I came, so I had to go back, read the contracts, understand what was the scope of work for what was provided. So, and I do know that SPI's report was provided to Westwood, and I've seen a copy of it that's been in my office. So I know that, and I've been told that they've had it in conversations I've had with Westwood with Westwood's representatives, is that they have that information. So, you know, on a personal note, I think it's a little bit ironic that I've got one engineer looking at the other engineer's system work. So I don't know what it came for, and now that is not my concern nor my problem. My is get these projects moving. I don't know what happened in the past. I can't fix the past. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move forward. So those reports have been shared. I'll find out if there's anything anything that contradicts whatever it is that they're stating, and if not, but I have to study these, when I look at the phase 1 and phase 2, those are actually in the contracts. I have to go pull them up and find out exactly what they mean by it and where are they with these, right? So it is a lot of information for a lot of folks to digest, which is why we put them in the packet. We provided mine is just a summary, everything that we get from them. And if not, you pose questions, we'll go find out, we'll go get answers, or at least see if it makes sense to us.
Mr. Wedgeworth, you may resume.
So my point being is, we get this report once a month. And we usually get it first part of the month, and then we go another 2 weeks before we have a meeting. There's no schedule that's tracking. We could be behind 45 days before it even comes out. Okay, if you go to the packet that was put on the agenda and you look at Westwood, they put a schedule in a progress schedule. But if you notice, that schedule ain't baseline. And it seems like there's no start and actual finishes, actual starts, actual finishes to it. So how do you know if we're tracking? You know, because if they're finishing some stuff early, some of these packages should very well finish early. You know, I just digging through it. I mean, it's pretty cumbersome. And if he's digging through the same thing that was put in the packet every month, then what in the world are we doing?
I think he's meeting with them as well. That's the difference.
I understand,
4-hour meeting tomorrow. with him.
but you know, if you're not putting somewhere where you can measure that goal, you're not making your goals, you know? It's hard. It's hard he just told you he's got a lot going on, you know? And he's gonna have that. But is it all left to him to track? You know, that's the hard part. The lighting. Who's in charge of the lighting for the street lights? Energy. Are we finished with that program?
They told us they started in July. The start date was July. They've done the engineering on it. The start date was July to start putting the lights up.
But they've already started though.
They've done some.
Right, yeah.
They've done the engineering process already, and they've identified where the lights are going and the number of lights.
Okay.
They're on back order as
Yeah,
well.
we're getting off of the agenda item, but thank you for the
Okay,
information.
but that's my point being is, you know, if there was somewhere that this was put online, people could see it. You know, for me, be a lot of less questions. Because there's fitting to be a whole lot more questions. Because as some of these things slip or different things changes, there are gonna be change orders coming up. And there's no way around that. I mean, me and Ms. Sonia talked about that.
Yeah.
So if we're not tracking this stuff, it's gonna come to a big surprise to people when we gotta turn around and, hey, where are we getting all this money from? Cause I think we're gonna find some problems that we don't know exist.
Thank you.
Angela Finette, 1016 North 31st Street, Nederland, Texas. First of all, I'd like to thank Jeff Ortiz for responding back to me Sunday morning when I could not flush my commode or use any services in my home due to 4.20 inches of rain falling in Nederland, Texas. We get that rain in Nederland, Texas. Sewer system should be closed. Jeff, sorry you couldn't respond, but I saw you were posting updates on Facebook, so I appreciate that. Wanted to find out, when are we actually going to do
Just hold on for
construction?
just 1 second. I forwarded your information to Mr. De La Rosa yesterday.
I contacted my mayor. When are we going to start construction and do actual repairs, whether internal or by contract on these areas? When are we putting boots on the ground? My other question is with infrastructure, since we had that rain event, how many of our employees went out and looked? Who was stationed out? Where were they? And where did they inspect during the rain event?
Mr. Delarosa, do you have any information?
Yeah,
on
yes,
who
sir.
was out
Public Works
yesterday?
did have, crews out. As a matter of fact, I didn't tell Councilman Jones when you sent me the photo, that we already had employees out. We had already planned from earlier in the week to work, and we did work, the earlier rainstorm event. So this one came relatively close, when it came that morning. The fire department had already contacted me that we were having street flooding. I said, okay, Public Works, he said, we've already contacted, all they do is call the water plant and we start getting folks out. So, had a conversation with the Public Works director that morning and they were getting crews out. And I can ask, I just don't know how many it was, but we tend to operate at least minimum of 2 crews, 2-man crews to go, remove debris from clogged inlet drains or anything that's going to clog up. So we do
Not
that.
sewer.
So
That
storm inlet
storm,
drains.
that storm sewer. I'm asking about sewer. And I called at 8:49. Actually, my husband called and no one came to our home. So I would like to know who was working Sunday morning, how many personnel were checking for sewer infiltration, not storm drain. That's a whole nother ball of yarn. We probably should have dug our ditches and maybe that water would have gone there. I don't know. But I want to know who is out during the rain because we have new staff members. We have new directors. Great thing would have been for them to be on site looking at these areas and I called. We're not doing anything, guys. Thank you.
Any other citizen? Seeing none, we're moving on to letter B. Discussion on the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality notification regarding the maximum contaminant level violation letter sent to water customers. Mr. Delarosa.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Bell to take the lead on this, and he's also got Michael Mitchell with them. It's going to address, take him in the order, Mr. Bell. that they're
So
on the
B
agenda.
and then Mr. Mitchell will take C, or are they both going to do B and both going to do
Well,
C?
they're both involved in both, Mayor. So
Very
let the
good.
director take it first.
Okay. Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, for the record, Fred Bell, Public Works Director. Concern was brought up about this latest letter that was sent referencing TCQ violation. I want to give a brief overview. This is the third and final letter as part of this requirement that TCQ requires, result of an incident that occurred in June of last year. Testing that was routine testing that is conducted. We had a violation. As a result of that violation, it set these rules into place and staff got involved and started taking measures. They were given several briefings, I believe, throughout the year about what Mr. Mitchell and his team were doing. As a result of the testing, one of the things that we noticed that we need to get more proactive on our frequent flushing of our system. We have a lot of dead ends. That's something that everybody's been aware of. And we are working on putting plans together to keep these systems flushing. Whenever these systems are sitting at a dead end, the water takes a long time for it to finally get dissipated, get used out. When we send the crews out, y'all see them every now and then with the flushing the hydrants, flushing the flush valves. That has become more and more part of their daily routine as far as keeping these systems flushed out, as well as doing regular testing out in the field on our own. We want to make sure as we're testing it, we're putting out the water that meets the quality. Not only do we meet it, we exceed the minimum qualifications, and that's something that Mr. Mitchell and his team are doing a really hard job working on. This letter, again, is the third of the final step. Basically, what it is the TCQ says this is the form. Mr. Mitchell has very little room that he can edit any of that form. The data must be as TCQ presents it. He inputs very little. And as you will see, if you reference the first 2 letters, there was actions that they were looking at doing, actions they were taking, and this is the action that has been and become part of our routine. So the flushing is regular. I've spent a lot of time learning about what happened with Mr. Mitchell, and I don't think it's necessary unless you want me to relive the entire thing again. But Mr. Mitchell has created new spreadsheets where we are able to track this data. We're able to stay on top of it. We have a lot of information that he keeps him and his crew aware of, so that way anything that changes, anything that deviates, it hits their radar. They get active, they try to do and go out there and get more. This one violation as a result, since then, the numbers have been so far low that as a matter of fact, the month after that violation number came up, the numbers dropped dramatically and have stayed well within TCEQ requirements. So this was just the final letter, close that chapter, that violation. We believe that we've addressed the system and we've addressed the concern, and we don't foresee that there being another repeat violation of that.
Thank you. Does Mr. Mitchell have anything to add on item B?
Michael Mitchell, Water Treatment Plant Supervisor. As far as the violation letter, it was all based off the locational running average. I've said that many times. It was never any water past that month. So that water is come and gone. It's safe. We're meeting all the requirements. We're keeping up with the residuals in the system. We have more active flushing, which right now we're not able to do due to the other issue we have going on. But as far as the letter, that's the last one, and we've returned to compliance. Everything is back good according to TCQ on that.
In other words, the water is safe to drink.
It's been safe to drink.
For-
It's still safe to drink, yes.
Yep. Has been safe to drink. Okay. Member of council have any questions?
I got some.
Yeah, all right.
Go over this again. I feel like we go over it every time we're here, but got different people online, different members of the public. I think the most confusing thing about these letters that have been going out is the violation occurred in June of 2025.
Correct.
The first letter went out, that issue was corrected, as you've mentioned. The first letter went out in, was it October? Yeah. Each time these letters have gone out again and again and again, the real-time water has not been in violation. That's because the quarterly average went up. And even though the real-time was in violation, we're required to send these letters out. So when these letters go out, the public gets them, and rightfully so. They're like, oh my God, the water's not safe right now. But that has not been the case. That was in the month of June, and TCEQ mandated us to keep sending these letters out long past, like you said, the water's come and gone, and we have not been in any sort of violation at all since June of 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct. Just as stated, Water District 10, same exact thing where I live. Every quarter, that when you receive the new violation letter from TCEQ, you have time to get it ready, get it mailed out and sent out, and it is due to the average, has nothing to do with the current water at that time.
And I understand that when TCEQ tells us we need to send these letters out, it's created so much confusion
Yes.
in the public. And every time they go out, the water's in violation again. Well, it's not, hasn't been since June, but here comes another letter. So this is the last one, correct? Okay.
That's something that Councilman Jones, that when we take a trip to Austin next year during the legislature, we can say, hey, let's change that law to where we don't have to keep on mailing stuff.
It's not even the letter. It's the letter presents itself as that the water
That's
is
what-
not
that's
safe
what I'm
at the
saying.
time you receive it, which is not true.
That's
But
exactly what I'm saying.
TCEQ is telling
Past-
you.
it's past
we-
tense. It's-
They
it's-
send out the letter one time. We're in compliance now. We can change the language of the letter to suit our particular circumstances instead of having Austin tell us what we have to write. That's what I'm getting at, and keep on sending the thing and confuse people thinking we're still in violation when we hadn't been in violation for 12 months.
Correct.
We got to change the law, or see that the legislature will think about changing the law. All right, any other council member? Any other member of the public? Letter C, discussion and upgrades regarding the water quality concerns. Mr. Del Rosa.
Again, this is on the tint to our potable drinking water. So we're going to address this.
Due to the Lower Nature's Valley Authority, I understand. LNVA, Mr. Bell.
Again, Mayor and council members, Fred Bell, Director of Public Works. Yes, the recently we got, we're receiving several complaints about, the water being yellow. One of the first started off with saying the water quality in of itself, it's been fine. There's been no issues. In fact, we haven't gotten any complaints about the taste. It's been the color. That's, once it got, Mr. Mitchell was made aware of it, started again testing. He's in communication with all the plants that are receiving the water from LNBA. This batch of water we're getting from the Pine Island Bayou. For those of you who know, that is way up there. It's more of the stagnant water that's just sitting. So by the time it traverses all the way through, it's all open area. Everything is pouring into it. When it gets to us, they're treating it. They're treating it as best they can to get it into the system. We've got a very good rapport with one of our vendors who works with several of our plants up and down the region. They know exactly what they're dealing with because they're doing the communications with Michael and his crew. One of the statements that, and you have it in your packet, was that they hadn't seen this type of number in 30 to 35 years, which is longer than any of our employees have been at this plant and probably some of the regional plants. So this is something that is out of the blue, hit everybody. And I'm surprised it hit us by surprise, but they got as proactive as we could. The vendors that were trying to look at, what can we do? Mr. Mitchell's done a fantastic job inquiring, is there anything else that we can do? Well, there are some things that you can do to adjust the color, but when you do that, you can start jeopardizing and risking the quality. And we will not want to come before y'all and say that we have risked and jeopardized and compromised the quality. So the color, from what I understand, is slowly starting to dissipate. The rain that was welcome was, it helps dilute it. If we get a little bit more rain, just a little bit, it'll even dilute it even more. The water's going to push its way through, then we should not have to have it, hopefully any more yellow to this extent. We see what with the open canal system, open ditch system. Little fun fact that I found out, maybe you like fun facts, that this last month we had evidently a very routine of tossing of some boots from our Western Airs. For those who know the Western Airs, every year they the 7 graduates, they decorate their boots and they take them to the and they toss them in the canal. And this is evidence something's going on for generations. And as well, so I thought, where's that? Is that before or after we treat? It's before. So, yeah.
We're getting boot feet.
You may get a look,
okay.
so,
All right.
that's, I thought that's kind of interesting that, and I don't know where those boots have gone. I don't know, but it's just, we never know what's going to end up in our system. But you guys have done a really good job trying to work hard to keep it quality water for you.
Mr. Bell, the Pine Island Bayou has 2 speeds, stagnant and flood.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no middle ground. So did Mr. De La Rosa, does Mr. Mitchell have something to add to this one?
Yes. Michael?
So basically, we've been in contact with LMVA. They did give us notice that they were going to be switching to Pine Island Bayou a few months back, just to give us anticipation. And we know anytime we get Pine Island Bayou water, the true color is usually higher and it's harder to treat. This was supposed to start in July. Well, Kinder Morgan threw a wrench in that plan. They shut down the natural gas supply at the LMVA's pump station. So they started it a month early. So that's why we just didn't have time to react as we had things in place. And so we had to act a little quicker. Normally, Pine Island Bayou, the true color, which is what we're fighting right now, the average is 123. The historical average was 243.
The historical high?
Very high. Now that was what they gave us about 3 weeks ago. Now the historical high is 293. Okay, so that is very difficult to treat. If we try to completely, most plants around here are not designed to take out that much color. We treat taste and odor. And so if we were to try to combat the full amount of the color, we would be out of compliance at the plant, and that would bring boil water notices and that sort of thing. So our main concern is to stay away from boil water notices, keep everything in compliance, but also try to combat the color. So when we are at that highest true color, our plant chemicals are maxed out. If we try to increase the flow to be able to go do a heavier flush, we're not gonna be able to push enough chemicals, and it's just the design of the water. It's all the cities are dealing with it, so, we're at a lower flow right now, but the color's still a little high, so we're working on finding that where we can get a little more water so we can go do actively flush a little bit more, because if we flush too much, we risk losing our reserve. And fires and anything else, if they pop up, it will really cause some damage, so we're not wanting to do that. So we're trying to look out for the city as a whole. I understand the concern with the yellow water. I'm dealing with it in my house. Other cities are gonna start dealing with it. We just get the water first. Port Neches has like a natural little reservoir with the leg that feeds their plant, and Groves actually has a reservoir, so they're like a week behind us on the water by the time they're gonna start seeing it. I talked to them Friday, they were starting to go up on their numbers. So we're doing everything we can. We're actively out flushing. And until we just, hopefully this levels out, there's not much we can do with the tent, just try to flush as much as we can while we have the water.
The long and short of it is we want to have safe and healthy drinking water instead of pretty drinking water.
Yes, and that it's all safe. The disinfectant's being met, chlorine residuals, everything is good. Like I said, we're meeting all the compliance numbers at the plant. That's my biggest concern is that. And then, of course, we do want people to have pretty water, but as long as it's safe to drink, we're doing our job.
But due to the true color numbers, we can either have safe and healthy water or pretty water, but we can't have both. Is that a good summary? Yeah. Okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
With your permission and the council members, I'd like for Mr. Mitchell to provide you an update. About a month ago, there was concerns about the chloramines and I think that the flavor of the water at that time. So I wrote this agenda item to address water quality.
Got it.
Water quality concerns. So
That was due to the free chlorine conversion we did last month to clean the distribution system. And so everybody was saying how pretty the water was back then, but you had taste and odor problems. Most of the calls, pretty much every call we've had to the plant have been just a tint or color to it. We have not had anybody complain to the plant about taste and odor. I'm not sure if they're getting calls elsewhere in the city that aren't getting dispatched to us, but the ones where the calls have slacked up at the plant, whether they're just not wanting to call us, but if we don't know about it, we can't do anything. If we don't know the area it's in, we don't know where to direct our flushing. We can't just randomly go out and flush the whole city, because a lot of people I'm talking to aren't having that issue at their house. But we flushed in that area because we didn't have any direction of the addresses of where to go besides maybe the 10 calls we've had at the plant. So if anybody is calling in, try to reach us at the plant so we can have your address. We know what areas so we can go flush.
okay, wanted to address then if you've got any other water quality concerns, we can pose those questions now under this item.
In that process with the chlorine, aren't we required annually to undergo some sort of cleanse, if you will? And that's
TC
what this process was
Yes,
with
that's it.
when the smell was there.
Done it every year since I've taken over. Water District 10 and Port Neches are on theirs right now.
Okay.
Which is something you can do them multiple times a year, but typically only need to do it once. And then as we're getting our lines looped and replaced and everything is going to cut back on a lot of the flushing. But right now we're just trying to get out and flush as much as we can to get the color out, but also just keep that water fresh. Like I said, all our residuals are hanging in there. At the deepest, we're getting 1s and 2s out at our far reaches right now. Where normally that's where we have issues, but because of this chlorine conversion and the flushing, we're actively keeping everything up.
Okay, well, I'd like to extend my appreciation to you and your team because I know you are doing everything you can to work through this, and it's very unprecedented. Do you understand the LNVA to be a governmental entity or a private company? That's what I found as well. And I learned that they're actually governed by a 9-member board of directors that are appointed by the governor of Texas, which I found interesting. Constituent
Confirmed by the Senate.
and confirmed by the Senate. That's right. But constituents have asked me, and that question kind of leads into this one. Why can't we just get water from somewhere else if the LNVA is sending us dirty water? So could you answer that?
Normally, LNVA sends us water through the Neches canals, and they come from Lake Sam Rayburn is where they come from. This project that they're doing, we're going to deal with a short-term problem for long-term stability. We won't have to go to Pine Island Bayou near as much because they're upgrading their pump stations. And in the 14 years I've been doing this, we don't get Pine Island Bayou very often sent to us. It's normally flood when it overflows. So, but when it overflows and floods, we normally deal with organics. It's a different fight this time because they opened it up and that's, we're getting straight Pine Island Bayou. We're dealing with that color because it's just been sitting there. So, there's nowhere else to get water from, you know, where there's no other sources because there's no other canals or pipelines that get to us. So that's where we get our water from. They do a good job in communication. It's just like their water plants are dealing with LMVA out in Winnie. They're having a fight with this too. So they did it to themselves as well, but it's a necessary project to help with the stability of the water we get during other storms or anything like that, to make sure that we're always going to be given the water we need.
Understand. Yeah, I was going through some of the notes and it was indicated that we could explore different treatment chemicals to combat the true color of the water quality that we're receiving from LNVA. However, it was indicated that the product we currently use, which is the AOS 7056, remains the most effective chemical to treat water for municipalities throughout East Texas. Do you know this to be true? And can you elaborate some more on that?
Everybody around here, like, well, I'm gonna say Beaumont uses alum, a different chemical. Port Arthur uses AOS, but it's just a different blend. AOS has spent many years studying the water at each of our facilities, water district, us. They went down the line and they've tested it and they've come up with what works best for each plant and their setup. So, there are other products out there, but besides us trying to do trial runs, and this would not be a good time to try to do a trial run on a new.
No,
chemical.
yeah, no. Don't do that.
It's something that could be done in the future, but anytime in the last 30+ years when they've demoed different polymer blends or coagulants, they haven't worked as well as this one. So
Thank you for that. And the last question, and I'm being a little bit redundant, but I want to make sure that our folks online that are watching can hear clearly as well as people here. Despite the color of the water, the city's water has continued to meet the benchmarks from TCEQ for safe drinking and use. Do you know that to be true?
that is correct. All our back T samples so far have passed. Chlorine residuals are where they need to be. So as far as TCEQ, it's just, we're passing. It's just a 10. It's just a look thing right now. It's something that I just know most people are used to us having clear water, occasionally have a little bit. So it's a shocker to most of them, but it's still safe to drink. I'm drinking it. You know, when we're flushing hydrants, we're filling our water bottles and drinking it from the hydrant. So we'll continue to drink it. There's no issues there.
I digress. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for everything, and Mr. Bell as well.
Any other member of council?
Mayor and Council, if I could add Mr.
Okay,
Mitchell's
go ahead.
being humble. The numbers that are test numbers that his plant and his staff are doing, we don't meet TCEQ standards. We continually exceed the numbers. So good job, Tim.
Yep. Any other member of council? Public? Okay, thank you, Mr. De La Rosa and staff for the updates on B and C. D, discussion and update on GovWell operating system, a work order system, Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, GovWell is a work order system that we're implementing, so we can enter the work orders and better tracking. You heard somebody earlier talk about the building inspections, and we're now using GovWell. It's how we train our employees, how we put data in, so we're gonna do better because we've noticed some things in some other areas, like in public works, when we're looking at some drainage reports and stuff. There's a lot of options, not enough detail sometimes, so that's lacking. Mr. William Spells with our IT director, he's actually has been taking the lead on this, certainly well before I came on board. He provided a memorandum that's in your packet, but want to kind of fill you in where we're at with GovWell, and he'll answer some questions for you.
Mayor and Council, give you a quick update. As you know, we've used GovWell in our code enforcement for a little over 2 years now. It's going very well. We're using it in Public Works. It went live in December of 2025. We've been setting up the inspections department, working through that. Stacy and Jacob have been working with GovWell, I think since February, to try to get that implemented. That one takes a little longer than the others because there's a lot more detail in it, a lot more workflow. We started a soft testing last Friday with the public. As people call in for permitting, she was directing them to the website and then asking them for feedback. She's continuing that this week. We do plan on doing a hard launch come Monday of next week, as long as everything looks like it's going to go very well by the end of the week. So We do have something set up for council members to report in GovWell. So then you can report it. It goes to Mr. De La Rosa, so that way you can put more details, images and things like that. So that's where we're at on that. So hopefully we can get that one going by the end of this month. Still doing testing with GovWell on it. And we're still working on trying to get integration with the appraisal district for our partials in GovWell for everyone.
So Mayor, if I may, to answer, Councilman Ortiz thought that and I heard that December of 2025, that it appeared that we've been on it much longer, actually, just like a lot of things. And a lot of it is when there's not a permanent, I hold a permanent city manager title, that helps move things along. So in fairness to others, there were stalls, there were some questions that Mr. Spill posed. We're phasing it in. Councilmember Jones asked for some information from Public Works. It wasn't in the format that we were looking for it, way too many options. I have a conversation with Mr. Spill thinking, why didn't we train our staff? And he says, we did. You know, they just didn't grasp it the first time. So we're going to retrain this. And again, it is a perishable skill. A lot of things are. If you're not continuously using this technology, you won't get accustomed to it. They didn't get, maybe they thought that we weren't going to hold them accountable to that. That is not a fact. So we're working through that. We will circle back to everybody. We want to certainly get these work orders in there. One of the concerns was, hey, if we put them in as council members, are we then directing staff? Are we going to, yeah. And the answer is no. I will see what you put in, and mainly it's for tracking purposes, right? You get it from your constituents. If you put it in, they could easily probably do it themselves. They're elderly, they don't have the computer skills. You put it in, I see it, I make sure that director gets it. Here's what it is. We get a lot of requests and they're all important, but they are prioritized depending on what it is. If it's a hazard and I determine that it's a hazard and I'm in agreement with you, it gets moved up in the queue, right? If it's something that is just pretty typical routine, it's not a big issue, but it's important, then it goes into a regular priority and whatever that director determines until I run a test to see what's still open. Why is it still open? So it's going to base productivity for my employees, which is going to work with these tablets that we've been discussing. So Mr. Spell and I have a lot of these discussions. How do we track our employees? How do we do accountability? How do we get these tasks completed without somebody pulling our leg and then trying to work overtime, right? We want to stop a lot of that, and this is a better way. But it'll help you help your constituents. That'll help me track what we've got through our citywide. Okay, Mayor.
Any questions? Council.
Yeah, I have a question. So, as far as the workflow process, council, we put in a request. So something I do when I'm out in my ward, I'm always looking at the catch basins. I see a catch basin that's full of leaves and debris. I send him an email. I tell him where it's at. Can we get it looked at? With the GovWell software, if I was to see such a thing and I captured it in the GovWell and I submitted it, maybe I put a picture on there. Hey, here it is. It's at whatever, this street and this street. Am I going to be able to track not necessarily the progress? What I'm interested in is when it's closed. So if a constituent, a month later, they see me in town or they talk to me and they're like, hey, whatever happened with that pothole I asked you about? Well, now if I want to get that answer, unless I physically go there or I'm right there to see it, I have to get with the city manager for whatever that might be. But if I can look in the GovWell and say, hey, this catch basin that I turned in 3 weeks ago, I see it's complete, I can let that constituent know that that job's been completed.
Yeah, the way it should work is when you put the request in, it goes to Mr. De La Rosa. He then selects which department it's going to go to or sends it over to Fred to determine. Once that's done, they go and they create a work order based on that. They just convert it over. And then once that information is put in, whether it's closed, you will then get a notification as well as Mr. De La Rosa.
Love it. Thank you. Any other member of council? Public?
Okay. So I appreciate what you asked, Mr. Jones. That made sense. What we were told when we did the big display and
And you're Jolie Shipley.
I'm sorry, I'm Jolie Shipley, still of Nederland. And When we watched the big display last year and voted on the $40,000 annually that we pay for this program, almost $4,000 a month, it was reported that the citizens would be able to log those complaints. No offense, but I don't see how Mr. De La Rosa would get squat done if he answered every single complaint every single citizen did. But I also noticed that I have friends and neighbors who have called in complaints, be it a stopped up toilet or can't flush like she did on Sunday morning. And it doesn't show up on the next monthly report. And I've been doing these and I've been watching them and they're not there. So if I call in a complaint and someone gets the call and they don't put it in GovWell, we're not really using GovWell the best we can for the immense money we're paying to be able to track the clusters of problems or the repeat problems. Why can't we get it set up like we were promised 6+ months ago, that a citizen would be able to go in and check Public Works or check code enforcement and be able to say, hey, there's somebody living in a travel trailer at this address, or there's a house next door to Mr. Sonier that has ABCD on the doors now. Why does it have to, why do I have to call Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones called Mr. De La Rosa, who calls Mr. Jones back a month later when I ask him again to tell me, why can't I, one, file a complaint on GovWell, and two, why can't we see the addresses? Why can't that be a public record like TCEQ? You can go see the complaints in the city of Nederland, see where they're at and what the complaint was.
That was several questions in one,
It was.
Counselor.
I was sorry, I
You
was
know,
thought I was
and
gonna
you,
run out of time.
and you know, well, you got a minute 15 left.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm supposed to ask one question at a time, Counselor.
So the
Okay,
question-
hold on. Before you ask more,
No,
I'm trying to,
break it down.
I was trying to,
Yeah.
I think the gist of what you asked is, why can't citizens go in and report it themselves?
That was the first one, yes.
Okay. Mr. De La Rosa, do you or your staff have an answer
Yeah,
for that?
let me ask Mr. Spell, because he's more familiar with this software and he can explain how it works.
Yes, sir. Well, we can actually have the option to do that, but that's going to be a decision by the council and the mayor and the city manager. That's not something I make a decision on. All I do is implement the software and that's pretty much it.
Was that option ever available? Did you have that discussion with the mayor and council?
It was last year we did mention that, but it was never really
It was
decided
asked- it was
on.
asked about.
Yeah, it was never decided on that was going to be implemented.
Okay, so does this require any additional costs or?
No, sir.
No.
No, the option's there. We just have to implement it. I do caution that if you do, you're going to get an influx of work orders.
That's okay.
So it's going to be based on what you guys decide. For me, it doesn't affect me either way. I'm just letting you know that if you don't have the staff to work the calls that are coming in, you're going to get an overflow of calls and you're going to get a backlog.
Yeah. I'm okay, yeah.
Okay, yes, of course,
Okay,
please.
I'm sorry. And what Mr. Spell said makes absolute sense. So somebody that really knows what they're doing in Public Works, like the guys in the back room, they're making a list of 10 to-do items today based upon things they know are wrong. Well, then if 40 of us also send in a notice and it merges in that same batch, they're not going to find the 10 they knew about in our 50 now. But if the 40 citizens go to a different source to be reviewed and implemented and marked completed or uncompleted, that would make sense. It wouldn't have to be, because not all complaints in GovWell have to have destination of Mr. De La Rosa. Some could be that now retired Mr. Sonier wants to sit up here and pick through these. Just joking. And so we could have Mr. Sonier come sit here and pick through the citizen complaints and move them over in a priority or prioritize them in some form or fashion. But it's taking more time for someone to answer my call and take it and write everything down. If I could type up what my complaint is, they read it real fast. They say that's not a big issue. You know, she's got a trickle of water on her driveway, but Angela can't flush her toilet. And so somebody could be able to prioritize those with a whole lot less manpower or completely missed calls is what we're getting, because the things I know are being called into the city aren't anywhere on the next monthly.
Well, and Jolie is also a good comment there that was made earlier about breaking old habits of using pencil and paper and using the tool. So until we get our people 100% using the tool, the data is not good.
It's not as good.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody's got to go
So-
look
so
at it.
That's the thing. We know, we have to change our mindset and
Right.
use the electronic tool.
So
and-
when the
and-
council voted, and I think it was
Wait,
everybody.
wait a second, just 1 second, suspend, because your
Okay.
time's up anyway, but, there's a soft launch going on right now in which department you said?
That's just for inspection and permitting.
Inspection
Yes.
permits, okay. But, in Public Works, where are we at on its?
Public Works have been using it since December. The discussion in the past was basically to try to get all the departments on GovWell. Once we do, and we get Public Works where they can actually manage the system, then we would go back and review it, putting it to the public. That's the only reason I caution it right now, because if they're struggling right now with utilizing the product, we want to make sure that they're able to utilize it before we start flooding them with calls.
Right, but Mr. De La Rosa did say a few minutes ago, people will be held accountable. So if an employee is not, if they're going back, like Mayor Pro Tem said, and using pen and paper instead of using GovWell, it defeats the purpose and it's not caught, it's lost, valid complaints are lost, there will be consequence, or people will be held accountable. I'm gonna use your words, I'm
Yes.
not gonna, so.
Code enforcement was the first to use, and they seem to have mastered it, but it's a very small department.
That's right.
And Mr. Guffey threw away the pen and paper apparently and went full in. And so, but I still can't file a complaint.
And
there.
we will,
And the presentation last year was not that it would be revisited. It was a component we were paying. for.
one second, let me finish. And it will come back before council and we'll make a decision on having the public.
No. You
Oh.
made a decision. Go watch the video. Y'all made a vote that it was gonna have a public component immediately.
Hold on, please, I misspoke.
That's why we
just a
bought it.
Jolie, I said I misspoke. Let me finish, please.
Okay?
We're gonna get to a point and it will be soon that the public it will go live to the public, I'm sure.
Yes, so that is, and I'm very glad to hear that. Generally, there is a website, so you go to the city's website and you want to follow a report, right? They don't call them complaints with the city, but they generally go to a number of folks. You don't get that selection, but sometimes they go to, sometimes we get requests for police stuff. Generally, police and fire are not included in these things. They don't get day to day. You got an emergency call or you got but it's not, dispatchers aren't going to be looking at the GovWell. That's just not normal.
Yeah.
Even when there's other programs, and I'm familiar with the other programs. It'll be public works, drainage, sewer issues, code compliance, building inspections, those kind of things, not my water bill. No, that's not the way it really works. These are for incidents that you got to have a response to, or, that you put into. That kind of stuff. But, but I'd like to get this, I'm glad to hear that. I kind of had a conversation, but I didn't.
Yes, sir,
follow
we
it
did.
up.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was concerned. I said, well, how do we get the folks? How do we get the citizens? I don't want a clerk taking the call just to input the data. If we can get it out there from the public in and just, you've got options. You got a drainage issue, you got a garbage issue, whatever it is, and he goes straight to those. And again, I'm not taking everybody's, I'm taking you 5 and that's about it. Because I want to see what you're seeing. So I know generally most people will get on it, but if you're seeing something as my bosses, I want to know what is it that you're seeing that, my staff didn't catch or somebody didn't report. That's why I see them.
And just to remind you guys, I'm not the one that makes the decision to whether to put that public or not.
Right.
I'm just asking you guys to just take some time and allow us to get these guys where they're actually functional before we do, because again, even if the work orders are put in, they're going to get a backlog. It's just going to cause more chaos for them. I've seen it too often. I've been doing this 30 years. I've seen it way too much happen. The calls are going to get stacked up and they're going to get left behind. It's no different than putting it on a piece of paper and throwing it to the side. It's no different. If we do not have them where they can utilize that software and the tools to manage that software, it's not going to be functional. It's just going to be data collected, just sitting there.
So I got a question.
Go ahead,
When
sir.
somebody, like a citizen makes a complaint and it's a street, is there like a drop down that where you can click street department or any department and it goes directly to that department head?
It's
and
going
then
to
they
be
can
based on the
dispatch it
type-
out to whoever?
It should be based on the type of work order that they're putting in. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wouldn't they receive an email notification and a client services software like this where it would tag them anyway. So if you were Public Works, it would go to that director.
Your Angel.
You talking about to the Public Works Director, or
If it's
it
a
just
sewer
depends on how we
issue.
have, I don't remember if we have the workflow set up where the director gets a notification for every work order. If you get, if you did, it would kind of be like me. I mean, I've got a work order system that I use. I get notification for it, but my guys handle it and I never have to go look at it.
Understand.
So-
And that would be something that maybe they could determine how they want to send that down the line to their staff members. I would like to know how long it would take for us to be fully functional to have this online, because earlier you stated, before I got here, I was watching online, that you're very interested in citizen engagement. And if a citizen can engage from their cell phone, that's going to be much more advantageous for them to tell you what's going on. So what's the timeline?
Again-
Let me get an answer for you, Mr. De La Rosa,
I can't.
in conjunction with Mr. Spell.
Yeah, I don't, like to give a timeline, I don't know. I mean, you can say that within the next 30 days or so. I mean, we're in the middle of the budget process. We're doing a lot of other things. It's not going to go to the Public Works Director only, because there are supervisors and there's other folks, and we're not getting them tablets. They can be assigned. They finally filled the one admin assistant down there. So, so we're training that admin assistant for Public Works. I mean, came out of the courts for a long time. Going from court clerk, taking fines is different from being a Public Works administrative assistant. So there's a retraining. So, but it's just one of those things. I mean, can I say in 30 days? Probably 45, probably better. I wouldn't say much longer than that. I want this thing behind me. He's been instructed to get this thing completed, get everybody on board and get them retrained, right? When I hear that we're having difficulty getting something to a council member, well, that frustrates me. Why? I thought it was Mr. Spell's department. Then I only find out that if you don't, our employees didn't take the initiative to learn it better, right? You've got drainage, but you got 10 different items. I mean, it just needs to be much more there. And we need to put better notes when we take these work orders. That'll tell us how to break these things down. So again, it's retraining those. But I'm committed to getting this system online as quickly as possible, just making sure that this it is. But let me tell you, work order systems are pretty good. Don't get me wrong, as long as you limit what it is so they can see it and look at it. But because you put it in, right, you got keyboard warriors that keep putting everything, and everything's important. All of a sudden, it's number 10 when it really should be on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 be very low, everything being, or 10 being high. Everybody thinks it's a 10. It's going to go in a queue. Then everything, part of the discussion we're going to have is what level of service do you want to provide based on what staffing levels do you have, right? You're about to see a work order system. You're going to see people putting things in. I assure you, I've seen this as many decades as Mr. Spell has. They get taken advantage of. So that's why we limit exactly what it is. People from outside of the city limits start putting in, and we don't know those addresses or we don't know where they are. Somebody's got to verify. I don't know if a clerk or an admin assistant knows that. Sometimes we got to know, yeah, that's us or that's not us, because anybody can access our website, right? So we're going to be careful about how we do some of these things, and are we within our cities? You go down Needleland Avenue, or you got boundary changes that change very quickly, right? Some folks think they live in Needleland when they do not, right? So this system is for our citizens and it's for our use. And that's why I think that, mayor and council members within 30 to 45 days. I assure you, if it's not, then Mr. Spell and I will be having a different kind of conversation.
So can I give you a deadline of September 1st and feel like you can make it? That
Yes.
puts us past budget and everything else, and that's.
Yes, sir.
Couple months?
We will shoot for September 1st, 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd just like to add, I don't think this would be abused by anyone. People are basically responsible whenever they're turning in information about their own property. For the most part, they know who they pay the bill to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Solid
I-
questions.
I would like to see before September 1st, but that's.
And we will shoot for that. And every month when we give this report, Mr. Spell, I apologize. Mr. Spell will give you an update on where we are
Okay.
until this thing's fully functional. And that is my goal, and we're going to meet it. No later than then, earlier is best.
Yeah. And the only reason I put it out in September with budget July and everything else, kind of taking that into account. So I want to give a realistic date.
So you want to be able to have the public to access GovWell
Yes.
to where they can
Yes.
report anything to Public Works and code enforcement?
Yes.
I think that would be the goal, yes.
Okay. Now, code enforcement, code enforcement I can do tomorrow.
Mm,
The
okay.
sooner the better.
Yeah, I think, if you can do it,
Yeah, code enforcement's in just all of it's an easy flip on. The issue is going to be their training. We need to make sure the guys are trained correctly, train them again, once again, just to make sure everybody's up to speed.
your boss is there and y'all work that out and, we'll go from there.
10-4.
All right. Any other member of the public?
I want to say something about this Global.
But
works
your
a
name,
lot cleaner
we know
than
you,
this
but
one.
yeah.
It works good on the code stuff, because use it in Groves, I use it all over. Works awesome. So if this part can work out, because I know on the code part, it worked really good.
Thank you, Bob. All right. Anybody else from the public on this one here? Then hearing none, E, discussion and possible action. Approving resolution 2026-09, which authorizes, approves, and ratifies agreements with Energy Transfer, ET, Nederland Terminal LLC, regarding the city's closure and permanent removal of the Nederland Police Department, NPD, shooting range and restoration of the range property, and ET's payment for a membership in a club shooting range for NPD. Lord, this is a run-on sentence. For NPD officers training and further granting approval and authority for all closing documents related to such agreements to be executed by the city manager, including the Third Amendment and the Fourth Amendment, not to be confused with the Third and Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. I just added that last, because I'm getting punch drunk. Okay, Mr. De La Rosa, letter E.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, you want to take this one or you want me to take it?
This is one of many open issues that we still have with Energy Transfer. This has been pending since 2023. It's finally a good step forward. Whenever the city sold 800 plus acres to Energy Transfer, an ancillary agreement was put before council in the form of a letter agreement which required the removal and closure of the shooting range that was used by Nederland Police Department. It was presented to council as a safety hazard to the property that they had purchased. City Council approved that as an ancillary part of that agreement, approved that letter agreement, approved a couple of amendments that came after that. The purpose of the amendments was to extend the time to take action on the removal or the cleanup. And then there was different episodes, not all of which I can enumerate at this time, that put things on hold, installed, city managers moved, other things. So when I got aboard, this was one of the items that needed to be closed. I'm glad to report that after 4.5 months, we'll get to a position where if city council approves the amendments that I've stated in this resolution and approves the Exhibit A, the shooting range agreement, as a binding agreement that gives police officers a place to train in their shooting, this should put a close to this particular part of that sale of 800 acres to Energy Transfer. And I'm strongly recommending that the council give this resolution favorable action.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Council members, the resolution in question begins on page 136, if you're not already there. About 100 pages after that is supporting documents, maybe 70 pages after that, giving a history of where we came from and why we're here. So at this time, I will accept a motion in a second to approve resolution number 2026-09.
I'll make that motion based on the recommendation from our legal counsel.
Second. Motion from Sonier and second from Ortiz to approve resolution 2026-09 based on the guidance from our learned counsel, Mr. Hughes. Any council member have a question or a comment? Member of the public? Hearing none, we're going to go to a vote. I will start at Ward 1. Councilmember Stratton.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones. Mayor Pro Tem Sonier.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
Mayor Darby. Aye. Unanimous. One of many Energy Transfer things is now behind us, but we still have more to go. Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for your work on this, and Mr. De La Rosa as well. Per Mr. De La Rosa, 8F, he is recommending the council will take no action on 8F. Mr. Delarosa, I believe you may have told me and other members of council, but what is the purpose of taking no action on F? Are you comfortable in?
We like
discussing?
to see how Industrial Safety Training Council would like to resolve us providing fire service since they are not located within the city limits or the city's ETJ. Technically, we have no statutory authority. There is a path forward, but it is something they have to request and move forward before we can recommend that we provide fire service, and not, we would be assuming a certain amount of liability and exposure.
Thank you. The council, is there anyone who just has a burning desire to take up F? Or will we let it go by unanimous consent? We'll just not consider it?
I'm mixed on it because we are using ISTC for our training for our crane and backhoe operators and those type of things there. So they do offer a service to our city employees as well.
Right. They are not in our ETJ. Right. So that.
We've, I've had a conversation with Mr. Hughes. There is a path forward. I've shared that information with Chief Morton. Should they choose to do that, it's not very costly, but there is a path forward. I anticipate that they have legal counsel. If their legal counsel reaches me or Mr. Hughes, we can walk them through those options.
Okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, we certainly identify that they are good partners in the region for us, which is why we've discussed this path forward.
Okay. Yeah. They are either in Beaumont's or Port Arthur's ETJ.
Yeah, but Beaumont.
And just for the record, in the years past, there's been an agreement that involved them compensating the city for the service that the city provides. I just want to enter that into the record. Thank you.
Okay. Then letter G, discussion and possible action for potential revisions to section 2.06.06, emergency closings of the personnel policy. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, and Ms. Gasper's gonna help me with this. When she comes, there she is. So look, we're looking to replace, your personnel policy was adopted in 2008 because that's the first numbers on that ordinance. So we know that any changes to that ordinance requires an amendment. There's emergency closings, and this is what's in the personnel policy, the first section that we gave you. And assistant city manager or designee may declare emergency closings of certain areas of the city under certain conditions, which is all really fine and dandy. We had a winter freeze. The administrator during January of this year made some decisions about closing and compensating folks based on this ordinance. Okay, and that's how it reads. But to really, for this to, in my opinion, and some conversations I've had with Mr. Hughes about just changes in general, whenever there's a fiscal impact to the budget, it shouldn't just be done by policy at a city manager level. It should be done by policy at a council level. You're going to be compensating employees. So we proposed the amendment. It's the second page that follows.
Oh, excuse me, Manny, page 181, if you're looking on your tablet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Manny, sorry.
so it follows the amendment much more, and it gives, how we would pay and not pay, how we call in folks and so forth, much more detail. If you're interested in this, and this is what it's, the policy that was adopted in January of 2026. I don't know whether I would really enforce that. I would change it to go back and not approve those. And the reason being is I don't believe in having a physical impact without your approval. If you want to change it, then this is the language that Ms. Gaspard and I have worked through. We've talked about it long and hard. I understand what happened when we had to freeze here. And I understand that sometimes this is an industry standard with other industries around us. And I'm good with it because I've seen a lot of these types of emergency closings, hurricanes, or, drive-through communities and what we have to do with employees. And sometimes they're impacted. Let me state something. And I've had conversations here with the mayor. Mayor attended a function over at City of Port Neches when it comes to the debris removal during events like a hurricane and so forth. part of your reserve fundings isn't just to get the city operating. You need those personnel, those city employees to be here. If you're not compensating them and they're at that state that if I'm not working, I'm not getting paid, I'm gonna go somewhere else. You're not treating them well, especially if you're wanting them to come back, be around 3 weeks, 4 weeks without power, minimal service, right, to live in and those kind of things. So I certainly support this. What I want to hear is feedback from you. Do you want to tweak this? Do you not like it at all? Because I'm not sure I would agree with what was done early in January on my own, even if we discussed it. You're good, I'm good, until the next election comes to see, yeah, we didn't like it. And I don't want that. I want to make sure that this policy is adopted by council. We amend our ordinance and we follow this. Now, if we have a hurricane next month and we say, Manny, we're going to do this, I'm fine. But we should address this sooner than later.
You
Yeah.
want Ms. Gasper to walk
Yeah,
us through
Ms.
it?
Gasper, will you walk, please? Yeah.
So with this amendment states, basically, if the city, and this has been a problem in the past, the city employees were told not to come to work because of bad weather or maybe a TPC explosion or something, an emergency closing. But then they said, you don't come to work, but we're not going to pay you, or you'll have to take a vacation day. Well, that was very upsetting to many of the employees, especially to the single mom that maybe didn't have a lot of vacation days or what have you. So they would come in bad weather conditions or what have you. So it's something I think some of the council has shared, that's been a concern as well. So in an effort to help correct that, but then also we understand that we have essential employees that have to come in and work. And we certainly want them to be, given some compensation for coming in those type of conditions. So that's basically what this policy states, is when the city manager officially closes all or part of the city operations due to weather or other emergency conditions, full-time, non-essential employees who were scheduled to work during the period of closure shall be paid for the duration of their regular scheduled work hours during the closure. So if we're closed 8 to 5, they'll be paid 8 to 5, no more than that, just what their regular time was. If we're closed 8 to 10 a.m. in the morning, they have to come in and work, or they'll have to take their time if they do not. But if we're telling them you cannot come to work, offices closed, we're saying we'll pay them their hours. Essential personnel that are required to report to work and perform assigned duties when directed, even when all or part of city operations have been officially closed. Essential personnel shall be designated by the department director with approval of city manager. Employees designated as essential personnel shall be notified of their status upon hire and whenever their designation changes, and shall acknowledge such designation in writing, which this is something we currently do.
And everybody that is essential knows they're essential.
They know.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We send something out annually on that. Full-time, non-exempt essential personnel who are required to work during an officially declared closure shall receive their regular rate of pay for all hours worked during their regularly scheduled shift, plus an additional hour of pay at their regular rate for each hour worked during their official closure period. This premium compensation is provided in recognition of service during emergency conditions and shall be paid regardless of whether their employee works more than 40 hours in the work week. Any overtime compensation required by the Fair Labor Standards Act shall be calculated separately in accordance with applicable law and city policy. Full-time exempt personnel who are required to work during an officially declared closure shall receive 1 hour compensatory leave for each hour worked during the official closure period. Compensatory leave earned under this provision shall be credited to the employee's leave balance and may be used in accordance with city policy. Such leave shall be tracked through the city's timekeeping system in accordance with established standard operation procedures. Employees eligible for pay under this section shall be compensated only for the hours they were regularly scheduled to work during the official closure period. So if you have like a fireman or a police officer who works shift work, and they weren't scheduled to work, clearly they wouldn't get the pay that day. They weren't scheduled to be here anyway.
Go back a couple of paragraphs, Stephanie. I forgot to basically ask you a question I already knew the answer to, just for everybody's benefit that doesn't have this in front of them. Full-time non-exempt essential personnel who are required to work, they're gonna get their what amounts to double time.
Well, if you're.
Is that what I'm full-time?
Non-exempt.
Full-time,
yes.
non-exempt essential.
Non-exempt, yes, yes, sir.
So
that
you're
is
FLSA
correct.
non-exempt.
Correct.
You're full-time, you're essential.
Mhm.
You're gonna get paid for you're gonna basically get paid double time for your work. And if you work overtime, you're gonna receive, in essence, double time and a half.
Well, if
The
you,
same.
if you exceed the 40 hours.
That's what I mean.
then
If
that
you work
will-
overtime,
yes, sir.
if you
Yes,
work
sir.
overtime, it didn't
Yes.
get paid more than 40. If you work over
You
40.
worked it, yes, sir.
Ms. Gaspard, not 40 hours in a week.
It's double.
It's
Over
just
a week.
it depends.
Well, in your work week, Monday through Sunday, whatever you work
Yeah.
within that work week.
For a non-exempt employee?
Yes, it's
But
work,
he's
it's a
saying
work week to work week
non-exempt
basis.
Employees,
Yeah.
not exempt employees.
Yeah.
As exempt employees will only just get an hour comp for each hour we
Yeah,
work.
but we have a policy in our overtime that says that anything over a regular day, 8 hours, and it's overtime.
Yep, we do.
That's why we're
Yeah.
discussing this.
I know, but it's still, they work together.
They do.
We do work together.
They do.
So
Well, it would be in accordance with the city policy in
Okay.
there.
Yeah,
So that
And
covers
of
it.
course, the law would say double time and a half. City policy may say you worked 10, 10, 10, 10, and you were told to go home the rest of the week and your regular hours are 8, you 2, 4, 6, 8, you get
Yeah.
8 hours of time and a half.
So again, this is for discussion. You're gonna,
That's
if
right.
we get direction to tighten it down and to present, then the next action would be that you authorize us to prepare an ordinance that you're gonna
Mhm.
read again and stuff. So, but again, you know, when I read these policies like this one,
Mhm.
other ones that we're gonna bring you, or that overtime, that caught me by surprise. I'm not a big fan of it. And there's a whole other reasons why, because I know employees that work 40-hour weeks in a 7-day period. You can work 12 hours one day, get 4 hours overtime, and then call in sick the next day, get paid 8 hours sick time. And then at the end of the week, you've got, you know, not 40 hours. I'm just supposed to make you whole under FSLA. It's a whole different set of regulations, which has a budget impact, right?
Right.
So I mean, I look, I'm the guy that budgets your things throughout the departments. When I look at these, I want to make sure that she said something that was not true, and I just wanted to make sure that we identify that. She's not misleading you. I mean, we put a lot of time and effort to try to get this thing right, but again, just that we work through these policies. So
Right.
please proceed.
So-
Yeah, we do have
so-
overtime after 8 hours work, after working past your normal shift.
Regular shift.
So,
It
yeah,
could be 8
so
hours or whatever. Yeah,
to
I'm
your
sorry, Steph.
point, if they put in an 8-hour day, double time, but if they work after, say they get off at 3:30, they continue to work, that would just be overtime.
Right. Okay.
Correct?
Okay, and that's the last change. All the
Mhm.
bold is the change, correct?
Yes, well, the whole policy is pretty much amended, but I felt like those were the compensation part of it. That needed to be highlighted.
Yeah. It's got much more detail. She highlighted what's important, the bold, but again, I think that overall, we would know how to do this if that is the intent and will of the city council. It just, it is my opinion that it should be cleaned up.
Yeah, I agree. Guy that's used to enforce this law 33 years, guy that's been a professional in human resources since 1992, national certification. We do need to clean up the current policy. And yes, you're right, it needs to come from council and have the authority of council behind it rather than the city manager trying to do it on his own, even with good intention. I think it needs to, I like what she's written here and the two of you working together and, it could be, we could put it in the form of a resolution or whatever we need to.
We would have to amend, since it's adopted by ordinance, you amend it by ordinance. That way it has teeth. It's law. Resolution isn't law.
Ordinance,
Yeah.
ordinance, yeah.
So we would amend the ordinance and we would send it to Mr. Hughes for preparation of an ordinance with this amendment. We'll give the language and the section we were proposing to.
Right.
But if it's along this lines, right, I mean,
I for one am happy with what y'all have written and to prepare an ordinance based on that. Any other member of council?
Yeah, reviewing it, to me, it looks very similar to what industry does. Randy, you're familiar
Yeah.
with this, with the essential personnel, office folks, you know, they don't come out, but you know, the operators and the people who keep the facility running, there's typically some type of policy that's very similar to this that I've seen through various industries in our area. A question I did have, Mr. City Manager or Ms. Gaspard, is this going to apply to PD and FD as well?
PD, no, PD has a CBA, well, both have PD,
Right.
CBA, so those will be prevailing for maybe civilians within those groups. I mean, dispatchers, if this would be applicable.
Non-CBA.
Yeah.
The CBA will already prevail over policy. Any other member of council?
Yeah, I like where we're headed with this. So I appreciate the hard work you two did on this and whoever else was involved. This rewards our employees. It in the past, there were some serious issues. People having to take fringe benefits, vacation for leaving, things like things like that. So I appreciate you guys doing this. It sends a great message to our employees. Thank you all very much.
And it gives the exempt employees something, they get hour for hour comp time. If they work over, what does it say? Full-time exempt essential personnel, 1 hour of comp leave for each hour worked during the official closure period, so.
That's for exempt employees?
Yes, yeah, full-time exempt, essential.
Yeah, under this, yes.
Under this,
policy,
yes, correct, correct. This policy.
Yeah, we're gonna clean up some other stuff. That discretionary leave is on our radar. We're looking at that. Ms. Gaspard, I have to give her a lot of credit. When I take her to task, she actually looks into it and comes back, and we tend to sometimes agree, and sometimes I don't always win, but I do make my point. So,
Any other member of council? Public? Okay,
so if I can have a motion to, the action item is at least
Recommending approval.
Second.
that we're authorized to prepare the ordinance for presentation.
is that your motion, Britton?
Yes.
Motion motion by Jones, second by Ortiz to direct the city manager and his staff to prepare an ordinance to amend the current ordinance based on what was prepared here and given to us. What's been presented. What's been presented, that's right, correct. That's right. Any discussion, council?
So I have one question on the very end. Failure to report to work as directed without an approval may result in disciplinary action up to and including termination of employee. We also need to keep into consideration, that person may not be able to call you. You may not be able to
Well, if
receive
you-
his call, so.
Paragraph, we pretty much address that.
Okay,
Who's
this one makes-
unable to report to work shall notify their supervisor as soon as practical.
Okay.
And that kind of address that
Okay,
issue.
as long as we have that covered right there, so.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we know during Rita's and different stuff and all of that, cell phones were useless and everything else, so we'll take that in consideration.
Correct, absolutely.
Any other council? Any other council? I think we're gonna go on and vote then. Ortiz? Aye. Sonier?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Stratton?
Aye.
Darby, aye. So, thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Ms. Gaspard. H, discussion and possible action approving a collective bargaining agreement with the Nederland Police Officers Association. And I will after Mr. De La Rosa gives his recommendation. Mr. De La Rosa on H.
Okay, I'm gonna ask our Civil Service Director, Ms. Beckford, to walk you through the negotiation points. Afterwards, if you have any specifics about the mechanics of that, Chief Carroll will be happy to answer those questions.
And the summary, negotiation summary is on 183, gentlemen on council. Ms. Gaspard.
And that's basically what I was going to go over with each of you. The city and the police association reached a tentative agreement after 4 negotiation meetings. The party agreed to a 3-year collective bargaining agreement. And then the negotiated items are summarized below. Vacation accruals, the police association proposed increasing the vacation accrual rates The city did not agree to this proposal. Cell phone stipend, the Police Association proposed a cell phone stipend for officers. The city agreed to provide a stipend consistent with the city's cell phone allowance standard operating procedures for police lieutenants, sergeants, and investigators, currently set at 50 per month. So the police officers will now receive 50 per month as well. Promotional testing, the Police Association proposed removing the rowing test requirement from the promotional process, and the city agreed to this change.
Rowing test?
A rowing test that they have to do before they're promoted. And I can have Chief Carroll speak to that as well in a minute, but
Okay.
that's something that they wanted removed, and for their reasons given, we agreed.
Okay, thank you. That's new to me. Okay.
There was a SWAT stipend. The police department proposed replacing, I'm sorry, there's a special response team stipend, but they wanted to replace that with a SWAT stipend for officers serving on the county SWAT team. The city agreed to this, and it's $75 per month stipend to the officers assigned to the SWAT team. Compensatory time cap, the Police Association proposed increasing their comp to 120 hours, and the city did not agree to that.
What is their current?
100.
100, thank you.
Disciplinary procedures, the Police Association proposed allowing suspensions to be removed from an officer's personnel file at the discretion of the chief of police. Following discussions, the parties agreed to remove sections 13 and 14 from the collective bargaining agreement and instead utilize procedures established by the chief of police. ICMA retirement plan, the Police Association proposed that the city provide an ICMA retirement contribution match, and the city agreed. And that'll be considering, we agreed to match 50 cents on the dollar up to 8%. So it'll be a max 4% that the city would contribute to a retirement plan for the police officers.
They can contribute more than 8%. We
But we
capped it.
won't. Yeah,
but
but
we
we
capped
it
it.
out. Correct. They also proposed increasing the TMRS contribution rate from 7% to 8%. The city did not agree to this proposal. Overtime meal provision, the city proposed removing section 2 overtime meal from the collective bargaining agreement, and the city association agreed. And then we have a 3-year pay scale that cost of living, a 3% cost of living adjustment, and then also a one-time 6% step adjustment between levels 5 and 6 in the fiscal year 26-27 for the police officers only. And staff is recommending council approve the 3-year collective bargaining agreement.
But is that it for right now, Ms. Gasper?
And
Yeah, I'd like to read something from Brad Lemoyne, president of the association first, since he's not here. Britton pulled it up. He's the Mayor Darby and Nederland City Council, from Brad Lemoyne, president. Today's date, subject, appreciation for successful collective bargaining. Mayor Darby and council, first, I would like to apologize for my absence from today's meeting. I am currently in Denton, completing the final week of Module 2 of the Leadership Command College through LEMIT, and I regret that it conflicted with today's meeting. On behalf of the Nederland Police Officers Association, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the City of Nederland and all staff members that assisted in the collective bargaining process. Throughout our discussions, city leadership and staff demonstrated a high level of professionalism and a genuine commitment to reaching an agreement that was fair to both the city and the officers of our association. During the time that we spent at the bargaining table, we had numerous meaningful and productive conversations about the future of our organization and the community and the expectations that we have. Those very discussions solidified my belief that Nederland is moving in the right direction, one of which the city staff and the citizens should be excited about. Moving forward, I want to take a moment to assure all of you and the citizens of Nederland that the members of this association remain committed to providing the best police service in our region. We are committed to excellence, professionalism, building and maintaining public trust, reducing crime and the fear of crime, and improving the overall quality of life for everyone in our community. We look forward to our continued partnership with everyone in our community, and we are honored and blessed with the opportunity to serve. Respectfully, Brad Lemoyne, President, NPOA. Just, he wanted it read into the record, and I think it was a worthy letter. And let me say something before you begin, Chief. I've been to a lot of labor management negotiations over the last 25 plus years, and this was the absolutely smoothest I've ever seen. I was involved in a bargaining that took 4 years, and then I retired, and it took 2.5 more years afterwards, 6.5 years to do a contract, nationwide contract. Y'all did it within 45 days?
Yeah.
4 meetings?
4 meetings.
Over 45 days or less, whatever the amount was. So again, I'd like to thank all of you for that. And Chief, I know you got some input, so go ahead. sir.
I'll be honest, I gotta give credit to the bargaining team on the other side also. They were reasonable. They came in with their expectations, just like asking about the physical agility rowing test. I'll be honest with you, in 38 years, I've never bailed out of a car and rode after a suspect. I'm all favor for, and the city has incentives for officers being in shape. But that was just something that just did not make sense to me, that would be part of the testing process to find our next leader. There's many more components that are much more important to find my next supervisor.
Thank you.
Ms. Gasper, would you give the 5 people that were on the city's team?
City side was Chief Carroll, Mr. Della Rosa, myself, and Heather Stucker.
And our attorney.
Finance Director, and our attorney, yes, Julia Ganaway, who helps us with the negotiations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all for your hard work, and thank the NPOA for their hard work. Let me see where we're at here. So it is discussion and possible action approving a collective bargaining agreement with the Nederland Police Officers Association. I will accept a motion.
I'm gonna move the item.
I'll second it.
I'll get, yeah. Jones motion, Stratton second. Is there any discussion?
Appreciate everything. Thank you. What was that? Thank you. As somebody that's covered under a collective bargaining agreement myself, I can appreciate that. Thank you.
And I don't know if we have any NPOA board members in the back of the audience there. But the membership certainly is. Thank y'all. Thank you, board members, officers of the local for doing this. Appreciate you. Yep. Yep. I know how hard it is from the union side to do this stuff, and y'all did yeoman's job. Any other member of council? Okay, any member of the public? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Ortiz.
Aye.
Sonier.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Stratton.
Aye.
Darby. Aye. We have an agreement. I, discussion and possible action to approve resolution 2026-10 and an agreement with Renee Bates Auctioneer to sell or dispose of surplus consisting of various vehicles and equipment from the police department. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, Mayor and Councilman, this is going to be Chief Carroll's item.
Basically, everywhere I've ever been, the city auctions off their surplus equipment, including the police department. When I contacted Renee Bates, I found out that we had signed one back in 2022. I knew there'd been a change of city staff. So I felt it best to bring it back to you. Basically, what they do is we upload the pictures and the description of the asset. We decide what the bid price is that's starting off with, and they take a 10% auctioneer. It's been very successful wherever I've been on moving product out of the excess assets. And right now we have a 2008 BMW that was seized and awarded to us as a criminal instrument due to the narcotics that was previously in place inside of it. And so I'll be putting that up for sale, as well as file cabinets and things like that we begin to get rid of, so that we're not just storing things around the city just to store them.
BMW in this instance doesn't mean Bavarian Motor Works. It means been moving weed.
You got it.
Okay.
It was actually cocaine, but I guess it's a
Okay.
BMC.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone have questions for Chief Carroll? No.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Sonia moves, Jones seconds to approve resolution 2026-10. Any discussion, council? Anything from the citizens? Hearing none, seeing none. Stratton,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Sonia,
Aye.
Ortiz.
Aye.
Darby, aye. We have another resolution. No action on J, K or L. And Mr. De La Rosa, just briefly, the rationale to not consider these, no action at this particular time on these.
Okay. On item J, we're actually preparing an ordinance that will be part of the requirements for having this canine in the owner that's part of our police force. So we've got some loose ends to tie up there. The zoning board and the planning zoning commission about the time that in 2025, the newly elected council at the time, a lot of changes were made, trying to reconcile the charter with the ordinance and a new manager of that department. So I want to make sure that we don't miss any steps. I think that I would encourage that we put some staggered, so they continue to stay in those positions until the successors are named. It'll just give me a little bit more time to work with Mr. Pitts on correcting anything that I think needs to be corrected.
Okay.
Okay.
So, council, unless someone really wants to consider J, K, and L by unanimous consent, I will move along to M. All right, hearing none, J, K, and L will be no action at this time. You'll just come back whenever you have something for us. M, discussion on the record release process pertaining to a Public Information Act request, also known as an open records request. Mr. De La Rosa.
This request was made by Councilmember Stratton to discuss this Public Information Act. So
Councilmember Stratton, you have the floor, sir.
I was contacted by Mr. Kirk Johnson, who requested to have this item put on the agenda. So if Mr. Johnson's here, you're more welcome to come up and speak on this. This is your agenda item.
Kirk Johnson, 1116 North 22nd Street. Where's Randy? Randy, congratulations. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. And congratulations on you winning your battle. What I want to present today or tonight is I had put in a records request. And I'll just read it real quick. Pretty simple.
Who'd you make it to, Mr.?
This is to the EDC.
All right.
Yes, sir. I'd like a copy of contract purchase agreement between EDC attorney and EDC for 111 Boston Avenue. That was my request.
What was the date of that? Do you have that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. That was January 22nd or 23rd.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So I put in that request, wait a little bit. I put in many requests with y'all before. Joni's always gone back with me and asked me for specifics like narrow it down, be more specific, stuff like never had a problem. Put this request in and instead of me telling y'all what was said, I'm just gonna play y'all what was said, if that's fine with y'all. So the first one is from, this will be Ms. Kate Query.
Yes.
Yes, this is to the EDC, nothing to do with y'all, it's EDC, because like I said, anytime I've gotten with y'all, Ms. Underwood's always gotten back with me, blah, 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 simple details, blah, blah, blah. So this was from the EDC.
And put it up near the microphone, please. So can. No, I can hear it for the audience.
That was the first one. The second one would be from her secretary. I think her name is, I really don't
Maggie.
know, Maggie.
When was this, Mr. Johnson? This second one?
I think it's the very next day.
24th.
I'm pretty sure, don't,
Gotcha.
it'll say.
On or about, yeah. Mr. Johnson, I want to make sure I understood. Well, make sure I understood what I heard.
Yes, sir.
Did she say that the document was destroyed?
Yes, sir.
And you were requesting what again specifically?
There was talk about a contract between the attorney.
Jim
and
Wimberly.
DC for 111 Boston Avenue. A lot of people have been talking about, it, so I wanted to know for myself. Put it in. You heard Miss DeQueer, then Maggie called back and said they destroyed the document. How would I retain this document if it be destroyed, or to know if it was, there's a lot of legalities in it. Was it signed by both parties, blah, 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 blah. But what I've looked into, can you legally destroy that document? And everything I find, no, it's a felony. So how can I go to that board and ask them for anything and know I'm getting what I need to be getting, or if it has been destroyed, not been destroyed? Who decides to destroy it? Why do we destroy it? Why is that one destroyed? Is there others destroyed? Is there a process for destroying? Which if you go back and look, there kind of is.
There's something called a document retention schedule or something along those lines for how long certain things, and I'm familiar with the federal one and I'm not familiar with state laws, but I'm sure they may not call it a document retention schedule, but it's something similar along those lines. Members, you got, it looks like
Yeah,
you're
well, I'm
confident.
just saying, did you ever follow up and just ask for like, because you obviously I heard what you played, I heard what the recording said. Did you ever follow up with them and say, hey, what did you mean by that? Or you know what I'm getting at?
No, I didn't, because the way I feel, we have a board that watches over the EDC heads. Apparently somebody's not either paying attention, or certain people don't know what certain other people are doing. I don't know. Can't say. I don't like to speculate either. So I really didn't want to go in there and ask. Now, what did you mean? Kind of sound like I knew what you meant. Now, the tape of Mr. Queer just sounded like a bunch of theater to me. Pretty simple what I asked for. Joni Underwood has never asked me. I mean, simple as pie. Every time she contacts me, be more specific and tells me what needs to be specific. This is, you just straight said you destroyed it. So what can I ask for now? How did you destroy it? Or do I need to ask her, is it legal for you to destroy a document like that?
Any other member of council have anything first?
Is there some way we could look into this to find out, is it right, wrong, against the law, something?
Right.
I don't
Right.
destroying
Ms.
documents.
Underwood, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but they're under Public Information Act. There are regulations that say how long you have to keep certain types of documents. It depends. So she didn't have a microphone, but she said it depends on what kind of document it is. It has to be kept for a certain period of time, specific amount of time, and those times range from 1 year to never. Yeah, we gotta look into this.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah,
Well,
Mr.
I would think it would be prudent for Mr. Hughes to reach out to the EDC attorney and start there, let them have a conversation.
Absolutely.
I think we have a fiduciary responsibility here to follow up with Mr. Kirk Johnson's situation and follow up what happened,
I just want to know what happened.
and, what's next.
Yeah, I mean, if it's nothing more than having Ms. Hughes ask what's your retention policy? Because we don't know it.
I'd like some answers.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Mr. De La Rosa, you were going to mention something?
Yes, so certainly, if an open records request is made, you should have gotten a response. Right? So, the Office of Attorney General regulates how we do things. So quite honestly, I don't know if it would be proper for our city attorney to be contacting their attorney. They have legal counsel. They're a corporation. Your authority is very limited on what they do. It's a corporation. My suggestion, again, Mr. Johnson should seek legal counsel, but without having to do that, I would utilize the Office of Attorney General, start your complaint process there. If it becomes criminal in nature, they will start looking at it and potentially they will either contact our police, or that is certainly a conversation he can have, because we're not going to deny him contacting our police department. If it is criminal, then there's a process. But if you go to court, the court's always going, did you follow the pathway forward? The pathway is you made an open records request and the Office of Attorney General regulates that. Yeah, they'll send the EDC because they must comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act. They must comply with the Public Records Act. The Public Information Act. So therefore, if they've not, that is a process to start that now, share that information. They'll have attorneys at the OEG's office that will want to know that. But that'd be the first remedy, so you're not having to hire an attorney or put out any monies.
oag.state.tx.us is their website. oag.state.tx.us. Do a search for Public Information Act. You'll just, maybe Public Information Act.
They have a complaint process. They have a process.
There is a process. You're
on their
exactly
website.
right. It's on their website. You'll have to look for it. But an entity, a governmental entity in Texas has so many days to give you a written response. They're way past that.
Okay.
If the city had taken that long, they would be way past that. And so, there was, I think that's probably what he was saying, Mr. De La Rosa was saying is probably your best path forward at this time. Because they are attorneys, of course, at the Attorney General's office, and they're going to work for you for free. That's a good place to start.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
Keep us apprised.
What's that?
Keep us apprised.
Oh, I will. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you much. Good agenda item, Curtis. Yeah, go ahead, please.
My concern is there's been a number of real estate, hearing that, and the real estate
Jolie
contracts.
Shipley.
I'm sorry, Jolie Shipley, 8765 Holmes Road. There's been a number of EDC properties bought and sold. I know that's been a topic of discussion that's somewhat unique to our EDC. Unlike other city EDCs where they do not buy and sell property, they simply award grants to entities to purchase or develop property. And ours owns a significant number of properties on the tax rolls. There has been several that have changed hands lately based on sealed bids. I believe after Mr. Wimberly's attempt to buy the property in the 1100 block of Boston Avenue, that same property then went up on a sealed bid before this council had the opportunity to decide if the lot was going to be divided or not divided. And there was a sealed bid winner announced they sealed it. You were buying this vague description and people bid and there was a winner. And then you all didn't approve the splitting of the lot. And so they couldn't do it, but there was a contract there for that. I mean, it was an offer, people got bids and they are opening them up and back. And so then it went out on some other sealed bid. And so this is causing me great concern because I know the EDC has its own board, but you all oversee the EDC board. And so it's an entity of this council, and I would ask that you maybe reread the audit draft 1 and draft 2 side by side and research some of that and specifically the things that weren't covered in the forensic audit.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I appreciate what her bringing up that, but that's not on the agenda and we cannot discuss that.
Right, yeah, it was not an agenda item. It was Public Information Act that was, yeah. Okay. Okay, is it about the Public Information Act?
When somebody requests that, there is a standard fee generally that for what you're requesting. I have
The
heard.
fee schedule is on the
fee
Attorney
schedule,
General's
yes,
website.
Yes. I have heard several people complain of asking for documents from the EDC that get exorbitant, told they're going to be an exorbitant bill with it. And they back off. This needs to be pretty much, everything needs to be checked into, I believe, with this, because with this coming up with Mr. Johnson, there's a lot of questions going to come up about the EDC, and the only ones that can take care of this is y'all.
The problem a lot of requesters have on Public Information Act or at the federal level FOIA, they'll ask for something like, I want all of, I'm picking on Britain, all of Councilmember Jones's emails sent, received, spam, everything
Oh, yes, I
from,
understood what I was gonna
May
say.
12th, 2025 to the present. There would
That's
be
fine.
probably 15,000 pages
Yes.
that would have to be gone through page by Ms. Underwood. And that's going to take her, I'm not exaggerating, a year. So the cost is going to be $100,000. Yeah, but hold-
Miss Underwood.
just a second, I'm using her as a,
About her.
please, I'm just using an example of the breadth of a lot of requests. That's why she's telling Mr. Johnson, narrow it down. Oh, I want the email Mr. Jones received on June 22nd, 2026 at 4:30 PM.
I know, but I'm just saying with the EDC, I've heard, and I've had people even contact me about it because they know I've gone to the EDC meeting. They know you sit on the board and the other one sits.
Have them
But-
contact me.
And
or
they end up asking about the fact of why, when they're asked about something, then they're told a big fee. They're not like Miss Underwood. They do not say narrow it down or do this or do that.
They can contact these people you're talking to,
Mhm.
need to contact one of their elected officials.
Yes, I've also told them to contact, like you did with him, contact the state.
This too,
Because the state can check into it.
this is something I'm looking at. Agenda attachment. It's online for today, all 200 something pages. I'm going to answer your question about the costs for the EDC. File a complaint. This is from the Office of the Attorney General. File a complaint with the Attorney General if you believe you were overcharged.
I know,
That's what
but
they say. Yeah.
General, because I will tell somebody that. They don't have to run to y'all with every little thing or run to,
Right.
go to the state if you feel like you've been done wrong about it, because they are the ones that oversee it.
Yes.
And I have told them even that online to do it, to just go to the Attorney General.
Exactly.
So,
Thank you. It is now 9:44 PM.
Hold on, we'll go one more.
Is this about Public Information Act?
Todd Perkins, 146 Nederland Avenue.
Go ahead, Todd.
I requested, information on all the employees that were paid through the EDC, and I was charged a lot of money for some other stuff I asked for, and she never responded to my request on all the people being paid through the EDC.
oag.state.tx.us. File your complaint with the Texas Attorney General. That's the process we're telling Mr. Johnson to follow.
Well, since you're on the board, maybe you can ask her if she's doing.
oag.state.tx.us. The Attorney General's office has a whole lot more teeth than the Mayor of Nederland.
Isn't there a policy for each entity on the processes? And wouldn't their policy need to come to council for approval? I don't know this.
It's
but I
governed
would
by
think
the legislature, the process.
The EDC board.
Public information?
All of the EDC's board's process aren't, at the end of the day, governed by council. That's what I'm saying is couldn't a policy be put together that would match city and EDC for processes for information to make things clear and convenient for citizens? That would probably be what the city could do, realizing that the Attorney General does have the ultimate enforcement. The policy being there would actually be like, this is what the rules are.
Let's,
Just a suggestion.
let's have further discussion about that, about us
Yeah,
reviewing
what
their.
you do approve is the bylaws, Mayor and council members. So unless it's in the bylaws, but you generally wouldn't put something that is regulated by state because the bylaws can be changed anytime in the states, can change every legislative year, but I'm not saying you can't put it in the bylaws, but they would have to present it in their bylaws and you approve their bylaws.
Okay.
Bylaws actually have a provision that they must retain all documents.
Right, well, yeah,
Which-
state law
Exactly.
requires that.
It
as
is now 9:46 PM.